to order. To acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette? No. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. So before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang.
Yes. I'll move the agenda.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Any questions on the agenda? Seeing none, please vote on adoption of the agenda.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Fantastic. I don't believe there are any protocol items. Next, the explanation of the public hearing process. Okay, so before we begin, I'd like to give a brief overview of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak to the bylaw. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. For each item selected by council, administration will first provide a presentation. Next, I will call the names of each registered speaker and invite them to make their presentations. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make their comments. The clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on screen in the chamber. There's also timer lights on the podiums, and they'll be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. When everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of council may ask questions of you and other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration, and after all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Finally, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. For everyone participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, bylaw 21422, to allow for light to medium industrial developments and small commercial businesses, Rampart Industrial?
Yes, I have 2 speakers in favor, both to answer questions only and none in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, bylaw 21438, to allow for medium-scale housing, Griesbach?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor, all 3 to answer questions only, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, bylaw 21434, to close portions of alleys, Calder and Kensington?
Yes, I have 4 speakers registered in favor and 2 in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, bylaw 21435, to allow for medium-scale housing, Shawnee?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor to answer questions only and none in opposition. And I'll note that this one there is a request to withdraw. That'll be dealt with once we've read through everything.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, bylaw 21437, to allow for the development of a transit-oriented mixed-use urban village, Central McDougall and Queen Mary Park?
I have no speakers registered in favor or in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, bylaw 21427, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Queen Alexandra?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor and 3 speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, bylaw 21446, to allow for medium-scale housing, Boyle Street?
I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only and none in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8, bylaw 21454, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Central McDougall?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, and I just want to do a quick confirmation. Randall Bell, are you here with us in person or online? Randall, are you here? Anyone from New Beginning? Elizabeth Luden? I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, it sounds like the ward councillor may be aware they might be questions only. I think the clerk did get confirmation as well that Randall was questions only as well. Is that correct?
Randall confirmed with our offices that he would like to present if the item is selected.
If selected, okay. So again, just for that particular one, if selected, there's presentations. Otherwise, there's no need for a presentation, as there are no speakers in opposition on that item.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to 3.9, bylaw 21439, to amend the Matson Neighborhood Structure Plan, and item 3.10, bylaw 21440, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Matson?
Thank you. Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only, and nobody registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, bylaw 21441, to allow for a range of small-scale housing and a public utility corridor, the Orchards at Ellerslie?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only, and no one registered in opposition.
Items 3.12, 3.13, 3.14, and 3.15 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to 3.12, Charter Bylaw 21428, to amend the Ellerslie District Plan? Item 3.13, Bylaw 21398, to amend the Decotu Area Structure Plan. Item 3.14, Bylaw 21399, to amend the Alsace Neighborhood Structure Plan. And item 3.15, Bylaw 21400, to allow for a range of small-scale housing and a variety of commercial businesses, Alsace.
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered to answer questions only. We did get a chance to do that during the public hearing last time. Nobody new registered in favor and no one in opposition.
Items 3.16 and 3.17 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to 3.16, Charter Bylaw 21430, to amend the Southwest District Plan, and item 3.17, Bylaw 21431, to allow for a range of small and medium-scale housing, McEwen?
Yes, we have 2 speakers that we heard from in favor. We had the 8 speakers registered in opposition, and there is now a 9th, a new speaker in opposition that has been added to this.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to 3.18, Bylaw 21416, to allow for medium-scale housing, Shawnee?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor, all to answer questions only, and no speakers registered in opposition.
Items 3.19 and 3.20 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to 3.19, Charter Bylaw 21425, to amend the Northwest District Plan, and item 3.20, Bylaw 21426, to allow for medium-scale housing, MacArthur Industrial?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only, and no speakers registered in opposition.
And is there anyone to speak to item 3.21, Bylaw 21419, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Calder?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered to speak in favor and 1 speaker registered in opposition. Okay, so that's the items. So the next step will be to select items for debate. And just to be clear, if in order to do the withdrawal on 3.4, we'd still need to select it. So that's, I would ask folks to select it, and then we can deal with that at the start. Please click on the board if you'd like to select any items for debate. And that will include the ones that were postponed. So just to be clear, anything that was postponed has to be reselected in order for us to discuss it. So Councillor Wright?
I'm selecting 312 to 315.
312 to 315. Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
3.16, 3.17.
316 and 317. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I'd like to select 3.2
3.2.
and 320, or sorry, 319 and 320 together, dealt with together,
319 and 320 together, yep.
and 321.
And 321. Okay. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to select item 3.4
Thank you. 3.4
and item 3.18.
and 3.18. All right. Let's do a quick look here.
We also do have speakers in opposition on 3.6.
It is, yeah, it's the neighborhood renewal 132 Ave. Do you want to select it? Oh, is there? I missed that. Was that a new addition? Okay, I'll 3.3, please.
Perfect. Yeah, Councillor Rutherford selected 3.3. And I'm just double checking. Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, may I select 3.6?
Thank you. Councillor Jans has selected 3.6. All right. And I don't see anyone else on the board for selection. So, Councillor Rutherford, do you want to move the remaining items?
Yes, can you just remind me what Councillor Jans?
Councillor Jans has selected 3.6.
Okay, I will move closure of the public hearing on item 3.1, item 3.5, item 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 310, 311.
Perfect. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on those listed items.
I mean, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I will move first third. Oh my gosh, I need some coffee this morning. First reading of all the aforementioned items.
Okay, just hang tight. We might need to recall or reconsider that vote, as there might need to be one more selection. So because we have passed closure, although we haven't moved on to the next one, we still have to reconsider it, I think. Yeah, so I'll take a motion. No, that's all right. Councillor Tang, do you want to move to reconsider?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'll take a seconder to reconsider.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. So this allows, by reconsidering this, just so for clarification, this would allow us to select an item that I believe a councillor wishes to select. So this would just essentially reopen the public hearing on all of them, and we can pull out whatever's remaining. So great. Please vote on reconsideration.
I mean, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Public hearings are back open, so I can take additional selections. Councillor Tang?
3.9, 3.10, please.
3.9 and 3.10. And that would include, 3.9, 3.10, the Matson. Thank you. Doing one final check-in. Okay, no additional items. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to move closure of the public hearing?
Yes, I will move the closure of the public hearing on item 3.1, 3.5, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.11.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, someone want to second that?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on those items.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on first reading of those items.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on the second reading.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on all the aforementioned items.
Moved to consideration, seconded
Second.
by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for consideration of third reading on those bylaws.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And these scribes being a little slow. There it is. That is, consideration is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I will move third and final reading on bylaw 21422, bylaw 21437, bylaw 21446, bylaw 21454, and bylaw 21441.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on third and final reading of those bylaws.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So that means, again, item 3.1, 3.5, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.11 have received all three readings. Next would be a motion to bring forward item 3.4 in order to withdraw that item. Councillor?
I'll move to bring item 3.4 forward.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote to bring forward item 3.4.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So do we just need, now I should have think, this probably should have just been a request to delete at the beginning of the agenda versus, are we postponing it? Do we have the applicant has made the request to withdraw, correct?
Correct. The applicant has.
There we go. So we can just move that motion on the screen. We probably could have done that as part of the agenda approval. That would have been my fault, sorry. That would have been cleaner. But anyways, we're here today. Councillor Principe, are you willing to move that motion?
Sure, I'll move that bylaw 21435 be deleted from the agenda.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Are there any questions on that motion? Not seeing any, please vote to delete that item from the agenda.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. All right. The next item that would be in order here is to take the postponed items, which were items 312 through 321, and move to bring those items forward so that they will be dealt with in that order, essentially completing what we
So moved.
moved by Councillor Stevenson. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded, I think, by Councillor Salvador. And that would bring forward the items 312 all the way through 321 first, as those were postponed. Any questions on that? Not seeing any questions, please vote. Oh, sorry, no, just hang on,
Yes.
don't vote yet. Counselor Morgan?
Yeah, I just had a question. I think last public hearing, we left off at 316, 317, was that correct?
We did because there was a motion that was being drafted. Sorry, that's not the question. I'm not the mover of the motion, therefore probably shouldn't be answering.
Yes, I recall that both the 312 to 315 and the 316 and 17 had been set aside so that motions could be prepared, and I think that there are motions prepared for both of those now. Were you hoping?
I was just
different
wondering
order?
about the order of events here. So as I said, we stopped our public hearing at 316, 317. So I was wondering if we were starting with that or not, but yeah, right in the middle of that one. So
Yeah.
are we starting with 312 or are we starting with 316?
Based off how the motion is worded, it would mean we would start back with 312, as I believe a motion has been created. Anyone is welcome to make changes or amendments, but the motion would state we would start on item 312 through 315, which are cross-referenced, then move to 316, 317 immediately after.
Just so I'm clear with our guests here.
Yeah, great question, thank you. Counselor Ray?
I did receive a revision to the motion that I was planning to make. I received it late last night. Since we were in the middle of 316, 317, I would have no problem continuing on with that and then coming back, so I have time to review.
Okay, so we can take, are you?
I could restate my
Yeah,
motion.
but we haven't voted on anything, so if everyone's okay, we can restate, that would bring 316, 317 as the first, followed by 312 through 315. Is that the motion you wanted to make?
That is my intent, yes.
That was the motion you were making? Okay, great. And that was seconded, I think, by Councillor Salvador previously, and still good with that. Any additional questions? Not seeing any, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Okay, so just to review with everyone in the audience as well as members of council what we'll be doing, we have brought forward the items that were postponed from the public hearing from 2 weeks ago. That is all of the items listed from 312 to 321, so that includes the 312 through 315 are the Ellerslie and Dakoto and Alsis items. 316 is the amendment, 316 and 317 was the Southwest District Plan and the McEwen item. 318 is the Shaughnessy item. 319 and 320 are the MacArthur Industrial. 321 is the Calder item. Once those items are finished, then we will move back to the top of the agenda, which includes the next item would be the Griesbach item. 3.3, which is the closure of the alleys in Calder and Kensington. Then we would move on to 3.6, which is the small and medium scale housing in Queen Alexandra. And then 3.9 and 3.10, which are cross-referenced, and that's the Matson items. So that's the order. We'll do it, again, recognizing 316 and 317 we were in the middle of a public hearing on, as we were for the other item, but that was brought forward first. So if you're listening and following along, that's the order we'll go through them in. We'll be starting with 316 and 317. And work our way through. And I should note, council had already extended orders, so if needed, we are prepared to go to 9 p.m. tonight. Council did approve that. We'll go through as much as we can, and we'll see if that time is needed, but if it is, it's already on the books. All right, so I think that is clear about where we're headed. The next piece is, because 316 and 317 do have one additional speaker, I will give that speaker an opportunity to speak, and then we will move back into the questions of administration, which is where we had left off, and I think there were motions. So, and we'll just double check, because there was a speaker from last time that was not available, so I imagine I'll still call them out, the one that wasn't available, Ms. Inkpen, even though I gave them a chance last,
I think, yeah,
just to be,
for the
just to
time
be
it would
sure,
take,
yep.
yep.
So that speaker who didn't speak but had registered last time was Efstasios Papakonstanu. I don't know if I'm. This is why the phonetic pronunciation of the name setting when you register for Speak is super handy, so I don't absolutely fail at butchering names. You can do that when you register to speak online. You can actually put in your phonetic spelling, which helps the chair not sound like a complete idiot. At least occasionally. So they are not available. I don't see them online. So I will go to our other speaker who had registered, Marietta Vanera? Marietta? Are you online? It said in person, but I don't see, nobody's putting up their hand in place. And online, I'm not seeing their name. Marietta? If you are online, can you unmute? If not, Marietta Vrana? Okay, I'm not seeing Marietta either in person or online, so we've done the call out for speaker, and that's fine. If they're not available, that's okay. We can move back into questions of administration. Councillor Morgan, did you have, I think that's, I honestly, I don't know if we had a speakers list from before. I don't know if that was saved at all or at all. So if you have questions, please just click on again. We'll just sort of start a fresh round for everyone on that. And if there's no questions, we can move on to either closure of the public hearing and or motions for readings or for other alternative direction. Councillor Morgan, do you have questions?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's been a few weeks now, so I apologize. I was reading in the report about the holistic solutions there, and maybe if the chamber is okay with it, they could just answer me again about the holistic solutions around 111th Street and McEwen Road that was kind of referred to in the transportation plan.
Absolutely. So maybe I'll just, so a transportation impact assessment was conducted as part of this rezoning application to basically look at what infrastructure needs are as it pertains to the rezoning. It did include the intersection of McEwen Road and 111th Street and did identify some delays at the eastbound left turn coming in the morning peak. And based on that, they did some alternative assessment of a geometry with double left turn. And the TIA did conclude that a holistic review can be conducted to further investigate if this is the right solution. As part of the review, administration looks at these TIAs. We have a team of engineers who look at these technical studies and do their due diligence. Our understanding on that scenario is that we acknowledge that it is there are delays in the morning peak only. The reason for the delays are primarily because of the fact that 111th Street is the priority for traffic at that intersection. Given the fact that it is carrying 5 times more traffic, as I mentioned previously, is this a unique situation for a collector road to experience some delays? No. What that holistic solution means? It means that we look at it from a multimodal and network perspective. What are the alternatives that are available for the neighborhood traffic to disperse? What are the alternative modes of travel that are available through transit options, through walkability, through bike connections? And based on all that, our conclusion was that this could be a good candidate down the road for a neighborhood renewal type project or any other initiative such as through street labs to be looked at. Is it an imminent priority? No. Reason for that is we do have LRT extension that is happening very close to this neighborhood. There are a multitude of options available. Transit in this area is, I would say, 100% coverage for McEwen Road, for McEwen neighborhood, rather both through the frequent transit and through the neighborhood transit as well. So I think that's the overview of where we are based on the review of this application.
Okay, so like, I'm looking at this transportation, the mobility study here, and it says further analysis would be required to explore holistic solutions to intersection reconstruction and trade-offs. Did that happen?
It did not.
Okay.
And the study was silent. It did not recommend to do it right away. We acknowledge, and then, as I said, there are initiatives through other programs such as Vision Zero and neighborhood renewal, that these kind of issues, because one thing I would highlight that the Transportation Impact Assessment also highlighted a risk that if we add a left turn, adding more capacity can lead to shortcutting through the neighborhood.
We've already kind of established that 2 lanes is not a holistic solution, right? So I guess I'm looking for other holistic solutions to the problems that we're gonna experience there.
So one of the solutions that is definitely on the radar, and we have spoken to the traffic operations, is to look at the signal timings. So typically,
That is a possible solution.
that is a possible
Yeah,
solution.
as a holistic solution, but that's not something that we haven't evaluated anything to
I
to
think
get to that point, right?
It is holistic because that signal timing is not just about traffic delays. It will look at the pedestrian activity as well. And it will look at the transit connectivity as well, which is at this intersection, the bus stop that is there, it is a direct connection to Century Park.
Sure, but we don't have any evaluation to back that up, right? Correct?
In terms of,
Well, it said a further analysis, basically an evaluation, I assume, of that intersection was needed, correct?
That'll be a
so-
great chance to answer in a second round.
Thanks.
Councillor Stevenson.
I mean, if you wanted to finish that thought, I'm happy to have you use some of my time.
So just continuing on that train of thought, in terms of holistic solution, as I was mentioning, signal timings is one of the options to look at to see what we can tweak. The transportation assessment also did some counts for the pedestrians and did conclude substantial pedestrian activity at the north leg, which basically is a direct connection to the transit stop. And that is the trigger for the AM peak higher pedestrian activity. So when we talk about holistic solution, we will also be looking at trade-offs. If we are prioritizing left and vehicular traffic, then what are we compromising on? And that can we allow, do we need to reduce the time or control pedestrian activity in order to allow more traffic? So those are things that we don't know at the moment. We haven't done that. But definitely these are some of the things that we know through the transportation assessment.
Okay, that's really helpful. I think, the report outlines a number of transportation upgrades that will be required and conditioned as part of the subdivision. I think maybe where I'm struggling just process-wise is, what triggers that additional work that you're outlining? In terms of looking at signalization, let's say, when would that work move forward if it's not a condition of subdivision?
So there are two parts of that. The TIA highlights full signalization of the direct access to Ellerslie Road and construction of a right turn bay. Those are the recommendations from the TIA that are directly associated with the development of the site. So that's where the difference is between a network issue that we are decoupling from the site requirements.
I see. And so that's why the additional left-hand turn lane, for example, couldn't be conditioned to this development because it's an existing network issue.
Correct.
Okay. I think the concern is that this development will worsen that condition. And so the question is, how are we ensuring that the resolution of those network issues are happening in step with the redevelopment that's going forward?
So worsen this issue, not necessarily, because only a small portion of traffic may reroute through this intersection, given the fact that this site will have a direct access, an all-directional signalized access for the residents, future residents. So the TIA did some analysis to show that if we make an assumption of 1/3 traffic going through McEwen Road, it is not substantially changing the delays. Yes, there is some increase in the delays, but not moving the needle.
Okay. And so maybe, I don't know if we can do this, but absent of this rezoning, what is the phasing and staging for the network issue?
So in absence of that, I think the first initiative that we can look into is the Street Labs program. These are the kind of issues that are best dealt through that program, because there are some there could be some unknowns that are there without looking at it through the network perspective. And as highlighted in the transportation assessment as well, that adding capacity means that you are attracting more traffic, and that could also be a shortcutting through the neighborhood.
Okay, so sort of the street labs, looking at the signalization, that is work that is ongoing.
It is not. It is, as you know, a process that area residents can initiate and work with the city on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there.
Do you want to move another round?
Yes, happy to.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright for another round. Please vote on another round.
Yes.
Just missing one vote. Councillor Rutherford, did it come through?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Just before I go to Councillor Morgan, I do just want to, this was a good reminder, just want to remind everyone of how we do respectful behavior in our council meetings and while participating in the meeting both in person and virtually. So hearing from the public is an important part of council's process that provides us with an opportunity to hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behavior support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. So disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. Anyone continuing to demonstrate these types of behaviors will be removed and not permitted to rejoin the meeting. I will not provide any additional warnings. This meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. In addition, the use of the raise hand feature, the chat, the emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting is not permitted. What I'll flag is, of course, as council goes through this, as I mentioned at the beginning, if once council is done asking questions of administration, they have questions for those who have already registered to speak, they would have the ability to ask those questions again. So just want to make sure folks are aware of that as we go through. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks very much, and again, I appreciate everybody's patience here. I know we heard from some of those opposed the other day about loss of park space, and I think administration was talking about, if I remember correctly, that there was not enough in McEwen, but as a whole, Rutherford, McEwen, there was. Is that typical? Would we normally include other neighborhoods when we're talking about park space?
So that is correct. So McEwen is a pretty small neighborhood in the overall Heritage Valley. So when you look at it alone and apply, stats for parks per 1,000 people, it does come on under. But if you look at Heritage Valley as a whole and Rutherford and the other neighborhoods, then the area is meeting our expectations for open space.
And that's typical. We've seen that in other parts of the city.
Yeah, and especially some neighborhoods just, are really small, just geographically, so to try and have large parks there takes out a lot of residential land for that specific neighborhood. So really, we're just talking about where we happen to put neighborhood boundaries because of natural constraints like creeks and stuff, and some neighborhoods end up very small, and you have to look to the broader area to meet their needs.
And speaking of boundaries there, would that, like, that evaluation, I guess, or conclusion include, like, major thoroughfares or arterials like Ellerslie Road, where kids would have to cross 4 lanes of traffic to get to another park?
Yeah, so sometimes there are situations where you have to cross roads, more significant roads. McEwen does have some open space, so it's not like every need has to be met by crossing that road, but yeah, certainly some might.
Okay. Okay, thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to come back to, I believe we got into some of the questions around just sort of site access and just pedestrian connectivity and permeability for the site. And can you just explain to me again what tools, I guess, we have on our end to require that, recognizing the physical constraints and sort of orientation of existing properties and homes surrounding almost the entire perimeter of the site?
Yeah,
And
maybe.
and maybe just follow, and if we were to ever contemplate requiring some connection out.
Absolutely. So if clerks can bring slide 9, mobility slide on the screen. So this site does have a requirement to include active modes connection to the neighborhood. So this will be between Ellerslie and going through the site and then connecting to east of the neighborhood. As shown on the slide.
Yeah, I think my question and concern is more about sort of the what direction are we facing here? Northwest?
Yeah.
Connection. I know there's like the little sliver kind of going into the keyhole cul-de-sac there, but no direct connectivity into the site itself. Are there physical limitations to extending that?
So we don't have a site plan at the moment. This is something that will be looked at once we have the orientation of the buildings, what the layout is, and because we have to be mindful of the fact that the neighborhood is all developed, as you said. If there are opportunities to strengthen and enhance that connectivity, that is something that can be asked for at the development permit stage.
How does that work if there's a requirement to, I guess, acquire right-of-way for that?
That will be challenging because, yes, that I won't, yeah.
Councillor, if I could add, I don't think there's any practical way to have a connection to the north or west. Those are people's backyards. I don't think there's any way that we could really consider that.
Yeah, so it's pretty locked in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions on the board. Are there motions or closure of the public hearing, whichever? Councillor Morgan?
I have a motion.
Okay, please go ahead.
Right. Thanks. So I'd like to present my motion that Charter Bylaw 21430 and Bylaw 21431 be referred back to administration to conduct further analysis on the intersection of McEwen Road and 111th Street Southwest, exploring holistic solutions for reconstruction and evaluating potential trade-offs, and amend the Southwest District Plan to identify land within Plan 1548 MC Lot B, located at 11520 Ellerslie Road Southwest, for open space, and return to a future City Council public hearing.
Okay, that's been moved.
Second?
That's been seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Morgan, you can take 2 minutes to introduce.
Thanks. So yeah, today I'm moving to refer Charter Bylaw 21430 and Bylaw 21431 back to administration. As we look to the continued growth of Southwest Edmonton, it is imperative that our land use decisions keep pace with our infrastructure reality. This motion is about ensuring that before we move forward with further densification or rezoning, we have a complete and honest picture of 2 critical factors: traffic safety and livability. And so, first, the intersection of McEwen Road and 111th Street is already a significant pain point for commuters. We need a deep dive into the engineering trade-offs here. Specifically, I'm asking administration to evaluate options under what in the report have deemed holistic solutions. I agree we cannot simply look at this intersection in isolation. We need a holistic reconstruction plan that ensures residents aren't trapped in gridlock as a result of the very developments we approved today. Secondly, this motion seeks to amend the Southwest District Plan to specifically identify the land at 11520 Ellerslie Road Southwest for open space. As we densify, the green lungs of our neighborhoods become non-negotiable. By designating a portion of this land for open space now, we are honoring our commitment to a healthy, walkable urban environment rather than trying to retroactively find parkland once the concrete is already poured. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's been moved and seconded. And the introduction, Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions? Please go ahead.
I just want to focus in on the first point for a second, because I'm really torn. Like, I really understand the intent of the mover and the ward councillor on this one, but I think about, you know, if I have things like in my ward, maybe it is to the mover first. So maybe I'll go to the mover first for this. So for example, I have 118th Avenue traffic circle that does not function optimally. Should I stop all development of multi-unit in Westmount and Dovercourt until that intersection is optimally functioning?
No, but I think we need to understand what those new developments bring to our intersections, to our traffic circles, and then make sure that those areas can handle that.
But didn't administration say that this project would not move the needle significantly? Like, I feel like that assessment was completed.
When their mobility report, they did say that they recommend doing a holistic evaluation later on. It's right there.
Yeah, but not as a result of, like as per questions from Councillor Stevenson, it wasn't conditioned as part of the subdivision because this specific development on its own wouldn't impact it. So I wonder if we're trying to use a rezoning tool to solve a bigger systemic issue, and is that at the appropriate place? That's what I'm struggling with. Thoughts?
As I said, I've been looking for that evaluation still, and I don't. I've heard from a lot of the residents in that area. We're hearing about those traffic concerns. We're living those traffic concerns, and I think adding more.
I think we're
people into
living
the
those
area.
traffic concerns across the city. I mean,
sure,
we added 80,000 driver's licenses in 2 years to our city, right? So that's probably 80,000 more vehicles. I guess to administration, if this is referred back, what would come back with point 1 that we don't have today?
Councillor, I would say this is not within the scope of the applicant's transportation assessment. The transportation assessments are done to identify what is needed to support the development, and that analysis has been done. As I mentioned earlier, this is decoupling the network issue from the site requirements. We know what the site requirements are, and we will be looking for those improvements. Then the discussion for the network concerns should be decoupled.
Is my analogy correct? Sort of with the question I said to Councillor Morgan about we know there's issues at the 118th traffic circle. Would this be equivalent to stopping a development in Woodcroft because of that traffic circle? Like, I really am not as familiar with McEwen, so I'm trying to understand.
So maybe I'll just answer that very broadly, that city plan does acknowledge that as we grow and move towards 2 million, there will be congestion. And we cannot build our way out of congestion. So then what we do is manage rather than keep adding capacity.
Yeah, and it's the same as, like, I know that we've had the same conversation about we can't stop building in a new neighborhood because there's no school development there yet, right? I mean, it's a very different thing, but same pressures.
Correct.
I like the point 2, though. It actually kind of reminds me similar to the Inglewood parcel swap situation. Is administration comfortable with what they can bring back for point 2?
Councillor, we would have to talk to the applicant, but as administration, we would have ways of approaching that conversation that could lead to land being dedicated for park space.
The applicant's here, right?
I believe so, yes.
Can I ask the applicant?
Yeah, the applicants are welcome to come down. This is, since the public hearing is still open and it's a referral motion, we have done this in the past. We'll continue to do this, so. But you will, only have a few seconds. So I'm going to freeze, your time kept going, so we're going to freeze your time as they came to come down. And we're going to rewind you back to 45 seconds so that you can ask that question and give them a chance to answer. Please go ahead.
So just I guess your thoughts on the entirety of this referral motion, but specifically any appetite for number 2.
Thank you for the question. We did consider open space very carefully when we were going through the early stages of the application, weighing both that as opposed to providing cash in lieu. So we had a great deal of discussion internally about what to do with that, and ultimately decided that cash in lieu was more appropriate given the constraints of the site and some of the realities on the site as they exist. And also that this site is going to be held to the large site designation, which also covers off, I think, a lot of the questions about open space and access to the neighboring areas.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, and you can stay seated in case other members of council have questions. Councillor Jans, do you have questions?
Yeah, just a quick question to the mover of the referral motion. Is that okay?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I guess as I'm looking at this site, like I do see close proximity to the future LRT. I see bus service, and especially with the higher density along Ellerslie Road. If this site were not to be developed and a different site were to be developed, wouldn't we be taking the X number of people and vehicles from this site and then putting it somewhere further south that would then lead to more traffic, more congestions, more problems on 41st, James Mowat, Ellerslie, etc.?
Yes, and we would have to manage that too with an evaluation.
So given the balance, isn't it better to build in this location closer to transit and LRT to mitigate some of those consequences than in other locations?
Well, I'm not against the build. I'm concerned about our traffic congestion in the area and what this many more people bring to the area. Without any solutions, I see it getting worse.
But if we're developing closer to transit, does that not help mitigate some of those daily trips?
Oh, sure. Not everybody takes transit, unfortunately. As much as I love transit myself, that network that is shown there also shows that transit on Ellerslie Road, as you see, one of those is a express bus that doesn't stop in front. The other one, I can't speak to the route there, but I think it's a little skewed there. My personal opinion.
Yeah.
So.
But once it's built and people, if it's built and people are living there, obviously transit trips could be adjusted, right? There could be different service levels added if there were more riders at a new location, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Stevenson, we have some guests who are all just sitting down as we speak. This is the grade 6 class from Northmount School in Ward Tastawiniwak. Your counselor is Councillor Karen Principe, waving there to you. You can see her just there. And their teacher, Jay Chernowski, I believe, is where's our teacher? There you are. Sorry, the light is we get this weird reflection, so all I see is pretty much shadows. So good to see you. Very excited to have you. So we're on a tour, it sounds, is that right? What time were we? Almost 10:30. So have you done a mock council yet? Yes. Oh, they have done a mock council. So where's the mayor from the mock council? Oh, you're doing it next? Sorry? You're doing next. Well, I still want to hear from the mayor. Where's our mayor again? Sorry. Did you want to come down to the podium and tell us what you're about to discuss? We'd love to hear from you. Come on down. All right, Mayor. What's your first name?
Johanna.
Johanna? Mayor Johanna, it's a pleasure to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. What are you going to be discussing in your mock city council meeting?
Whether we should have rubber tires for the playgrounds or sand.
Ooh, rubber tires for the playgrounds or sand? Okay, that's going to be an interesting discussion. Well, let us know what you decide once you make that decision. We're very excited to have you here and everyone from the class. Thank you for joining us here at City Hall today. It's always a delight to have our classes from across the city. So welcome everyone. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wonderful. Well, as you continue to sit around, you'll listen to a little bit more. You get to now hear Councillor Ann Stevenson ask questions as we go through a land use public hearing.
Thank you very much. I just heard something that I'm not familiar with. Maybe to administration, the applicant mentioned large site designations. I'm seeing something online, but if you could share more.
Yeah, so in the district policy, there's a section about large sites, and there's basically two policies there. One requires public connections through large sites, and so this application would designate this as a large site, and that's what would allow at the subdivision stage for them to have that roadway connection and active modes connection that we've seen on some of the visuals. The other policy is around open space. That one is worded a little bit more softer, so it says to encourage. There would not be the ability of subdivision to require the dedication of land just based on that alone, and that's where the referral would take place so that we could actually amend the plan to designate some portion as open space.
Okay, and what would be the area that would be designated through subdivision?
So if there were land dedicated for open space, so 10% typically, which would be about 0.8 hectares, it would be a good size for a neighborhood park.
Okay, so maybe just back to the applicant. So the 0.8 hectare size, what are the implications? Like I assume obviously that would mean some developable parcels would be lost. Does that completely destroy viability of the project? Just trying to understand.
Thank you for the question. I'd say there's three parts to that. The loss of density is certainly challenging depending where the park occurred on the site. It'd be 60 to 100 units, depending if it was lost from the apartment side or the townhome side. So that damages the viability of also providing some private amenity, which was our intention on the site. If we provide public amenity and private amenity, that becomes difficult. Then this loss of density is also on top of our previous two losses of density. Through hearing from the public, we stepped the zoning down twice. So this would be a further loss of density on the site. Perhaps the most difficult at this stage is time. The landowner, we don't currently own the land. The landowner's been holding it for 10 years. We've been working on this application for a full year. I don't know if the landowner's going to give us more time to explore this. That's not my decision. Like I said, we don't own the land at the moment. But that would be, I'd say, some of the more difficult items. We've also been related to this approached by groups in the area that already have undeveloped park space, if I can call it that, looking for assistance to develop the park space. So for us too, the MR decision was leaning on that as well, that, cash in lieu would help develop some existing sparse park space rather than providing additional park space that's in need of development and maintenance as well. So again, those are some of the constraints and some of the things that led us to the decision for cash in lieu.
Okay, that's helpful. And the parks that are looking for the upgrades, those are within the immediate neighborhood or surrounding?
South of this area, but within the general area that admin's referring to as, having available park space.
Okay. And is there that direct line in terms of when cash in lieu is provided, is it directed to local priorities or does it go into a general pool?
Usually it would be directed to acquisition requirements within the larger plan area. So
Acquisition, so not upgrades.
not usually unless somebody is here that can help with that.
Councillor, it's our understanding that money would go to acquire more park space in the area, not really for upgrades.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. And then do we ever do, and sorry, actually, I'll go back to the applicant very briefly. You mentioned private amenities, so you were planning to provide sort of a publicly accessible green space? Or do you mean like yards and?
A mix. Our portion of the site would be 15 acres. That is a sizable site and again falls under that large site designation. So for the marketability and the function of the site, it's our intention to provide a pretty unique amenity package given the size of the site.
Okay. And sorry, I'm just mindful of time. And then do we ever do a blend? Like, can it be half cash in lieu, half land, or it's usually one or the other?
Yes, we do that quite frequently.
Okay, so there is some flexibility there potentially. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I think that answered a number of mine. Just going back to the first bullet point, if there was a desire for greater clarity, greater certainty, and just surety that that analysis will happen, is that, like, recognizing what administration has shared that's not sort of directly tied to the application in front of us, is that something that could also be directed potentially through a subsequent, just so that there's a degree of certainty that work can happen in parallel?
It can be, because then we are just looking at the network issue and it is more of administration driven.
Right.
But we have to be mindful of all other priorities as well that administration has. There is a report coming on mobility network assessment just a couple of weeks from today, which will give a very holistic review of the pinch points across the city.
Okay.
So there are avenues already available, and if there is a safety concern, then we have Vision Zero initiatives. So all that to say that I'm not too much do we need a direction to do this? This is more business as usual.
Okay.
We optimize signals all the time. We go and collect data all the time.
Okay.
But then it is up to council's discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, we have another grade 6 class from Northmount School, which we have since learned is the school that Councillor Tuparmar, who is online, went to. And but you are represented by Councillor Karen Principe just over there. You'll see Councillor Principe is waving at you right now. And we're so excited to have you. So you are is this the other half of Northmount School? We had 2 classes. We just saw the one. This is the other, which means, did this half already do their mock city council meeting? I'm seeing some thumbs up. Yeah. So where's the mayor from the mock council meeting? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us what you discussed? We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to know what you talked about. And yeah, come on down. There you go. The mayor's getting a briefing from their chief of staff just before they walk down about what was discussed and their key messages, which is great. Excited to hear your key messages. Mayor, what's your first name? You say that right into the microphone right there.
Mexup.
Say that one more time.
Mexup.
Mexup. Nice to meet you, Mayor Mexup. And so tell us, what did you discuss in your mock council meeting?
About lowering the age limit to 12 for wearing a helmet.
Oh, okay. And what did you decide?
That we should not.
You should not. Excellent. Was it a close vote, or was it how many people voted which way? Do you remember?
There was like 4 votes for and like 8 votes opposed to the
Oh,
motion.
8 votes opposed. Okay. And what was one of the reasons to be opposed to that?
Because of if they get injured, they can injure their PFC and they won't be able to think.
There you go. Okay, well, that sounds like a really good reason for that decision. Well, we're so thankful. Thank you for coming today, Mayor, and thank you to the entire class for joining us today, and welcome to City Hall. It's a pleasure to welcome you here and have you. Feel free to grab a seat. Yeah, thank you. All right, well, let's continue on with our questions on this item. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. Yeah, just to administration, just to be clear, with this referral motion on point 1, how long do you think that would take to do the analysis and come back?
So to clarify, this is out of scope for the applicant. So this work needs to be done by administration, and we cannot commit. I cannot give you any timeline given the priorities. Other priorities that are already there, but if Travis wants to add anything.
Yeah, so Councillor, what the team is saying here is that bullet number 1, as Fazil was saying, is out of scope for the applicant to pursue. They've provided a TIA, Transportation Impact Assessment, which we accepted, which outlined the impacts on the network and the proposed improvements, which is that all-directional on Ellerslie, and that the traffic assessment and the engineering doesn't impact to a full extent on 111th and McEwen, demanding any upgrades there. So tying it to the application would be offside in terms of holding up this application to have that work done. In terms of administration completing that work, if there's a motion provided outside of that, that's council's will, but know that that would bump other priority work in terms of evaluating the network as a whole, and that conversation around the mobility network assessment coming in later this month to committee is an important date in terms of how administration is prioritizing improvements to that network.
Okay, thank you. And just to the applicant, if I know you kind of touched on it a little bit, but if this was delayed, what does that do to your project, and how big of an investment is this? Because it seems considerable.
Just, I'm going to jump in. How big of an investment is not a relevant land use consideration, so, but you can ask about sort of timelines and other things.
Just about timelines, yeah.
I guess the easy answer is it brings a bunch of uncertainty into the process. As I mentioned, we don't own the land, so we'd be reliant on an extension from the current landowner to allow us to continue. And I mean, from the landowner's perspective, I can imagine a parcel of this size sitting there waiting. I mean, interest is the largest cost on a project like this. So I mean, every day adds $1 to the cost of the homes that'll eventually be built in there. And at what point does that no longer work in the pro forma? I guess that's a question of how much time and what else happens with the market.
Great, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to move another round?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on another round.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess just a question to the mover. Would you be amenable to striking point 1 from this referral motion and then making it as a subsequent, given, you know, the concern about having it linked specifically to this application when it's broader, maybe administrative work rather than work for the applicant?
I would be amenable to that.
Okay, I'm going to move, I think it wouldn't be considered friendly.
We'll find out. Yeah, if you want to move it.
I'll move the striking out of point 1.
The striking of point 1. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Is that, are folks comfortable with that? I'm happy to take that as a friendly if there's comfort. No, I've heard it's not friendly, so then that has been moved to strike point 1, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to take 2 minutes to introduce? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is where I was really hesitant with supporting this referral motion. I think we always have to be mindful of when we're using land use as a tool to solve bigger issues, and acknowledging that land use planning is perfectly imperfect in and of itself, but do we want to stop housing? Do we want to stop these things at a time when we need it most, for an issue that has clearly been identified by administration, that the work could be done as per the ward councillor's desire, but it wouldn't necessarily be done in concert with this specific application. So that's why I think it's cleaner to remove it from the referral motion and then have the ward councillor, which they've already said they're amenable to, make it as a referral motion that directs administration to do that work as opposed to coupling it with this application.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Is that clicking that's going on for questions, or is that, no? Okay, then I'm not hearing any questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing anyone wishing to speak. Please, Councillor Rutherford, to close. Any closing comments? No. Please vote to strike part 1.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Okay, so that means the motion, the referral on the board specifically relates to the park space. We'll get the updated wording on the screen here. That is the new wording of the motion as amended. Are there any additional questions for our administration, our applicant, or any other of our speakers? Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, just so I'm clear around what exactly administration would undertake with the direction provided here. So it says to identify land within, so the plan number here, this is the actual site that we're talking about, correct?
That's correct.
So I guess I see this as, are you able to identify land, or is it about having a conversation with the applicant? I'm just trying to understand what.
So if this were to pass, then we would have direction to amend the plan to identify land, and then we would expect any, this application or any future rezoning application to conform with that direction from the plan. So right now, the amendment for the plan is to go from urban service to urban mix. There would probably be a change where it would go from urban service to a combination of urban mix and open space.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
So, Councillor, just in terms of a process, we would work with the applicant to identify an appropriate space, size, configuration, et cetera, whether that's a combo of that full 10% or cash in lieu, and where it is best appropriate. We would work with our open space team and the applicant to find that.
Right. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright.
And that can only be done by referring this back? Like it wasn't part of the application initially, or?
We had conversations with the applicant about open space, but ultimately they decided to move their application forward without that. So this refers it back to administration to identify that open space within the plan area or the site area.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion, please click on the board. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Just very briefly, I wanted to, thank administration, colleagues and the applicant for this conversation. And I also want to acknowledge the public speaker who really flagged the incredibly long walking distance for units that will be in the northwest section of this parcel. It is a really tricky one in terms of the lack of connectivity, especially to the north and west. And I think it is important that there be a guarantee of some access to open space through the provision on site. In other scenarios, if there had been easier connectivity, I think the need for open space would have been less. But for me, it's an important one. I really appreciate that there'll be an opportunity for some flexibility. Again, I think writ large, this is a really exciting project. It's a really positive way to infill this site. And so I'm really pleased to hear administration's openness to be flexible, work with the applicant to identify a combination of open space and potentially cash in lieu that maintains the viability of this project overall while still ensuring that the residents of this area will have easy walkable access to a high quality amenity. So thank you to the mover for all the work in bringing this forward, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I was really torn on this one, and I think I got a little bit muddied when it was both two things together, but it is a bit clearer now for me. I still will not be supporting the referral motion on the floor. I appreciate the mover's intent with this. I think we are getting into a habit of using referral motions to solve bigger policy components, but I also think we have to think about the broader policy context, and we know that per our other orders of policy, there is enough green space in this neighborhood. This is not a neighborhood that the population to green space ratio is, like I think about Grosvenor, right? That would be one where I would be more concerned. Additionally, you know, we talk all the time about transit-oriented development. We talk all the time about, you know, the need to continue to see more housing and more mixed-use housing. And so delaying this and potentially compromising some of those components is concerning to me. And so for those reasons, I will not be supporting this referral motion.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I'm torn for different reasons. So I think when I think about this site and the sort of how this community is sort of boxed in by major arterial roads, in my mind, there is a good argument about a localized additional park space. I think this is a very specific land use consideration for this area. I think and I get the citywide policy, so I'm not taking. I get administration's position that broadly across the streets you can go and access playgrounds and other things and other. I don't think that's really realistic. I mean, essentially, like running across some pretty hefty roads there. I'm open to this, but at the same time, I've heard from the applicant that this maybe does change the overall viability of the project. I have a broader concern about the overall project. I didn't ask any questions, but I'm really concerned about the school piece that the public school board identified. And it's a bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because if you say no here to preserve the already overcapacity schools, you're just going to end up building homes somewhere else where there probably isn't a school at all, and the province will need to build a school. So I don't know if it fixes the problem by not developing here, or if it just kicks the can down the road to another community, likely in Councillor Morgan's ward, that also needs a school, that also needs all of that infrastructure. At the end of the day, though, and this is why I've gone back and forth, is that I hear the points around proximity to future LRT, all of that, so I can see there being a need to develop some of this land. And this is why I'm open to the green space piece, but if the applicant doesn't want to pursue that, it's sort of a waste of time referral motion. But I think the way I heard this worded and why I'm leaning towards saying yes is the administration's comment is that it might not be this applicant, but it could be a future applicant that chooses to go down this path and looks to preserve some of that green space in this specific location. And because of the unique considerations, I think I'm willing to entertain that. Although there's a whole other host of issues, but I don't know if we're going to solve it with this singular land use application. So that's why I've gone back and forth. I genuinely don't know how I'm going to vote yet, leaning slightly in the direction of yes at the moment, but I'll wait to hear more. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of a referral, and I think we should support the administration recommendation as it is. I think that this is a good opportunity to add a lot more housing choices and diversity of choices close to a future LRT that we're spending $1.8 billion on extending south, we as Albertans. One of the reasons why I'm excited about this is the climate angle. I was reading about the city of Seattle recently that through building in, not out, by adding more housing choices where they have existing services, such as here along residential, there's commercial close by, there's close to transit, they were able to have the same impact without spending a dollar on their carbon budget as the equivalent of electrifying two-thirds of the city's cars. Because when you allow people to live closer together, when you allow more housing choices, close to transit, close to spaces like this, it, number one, reduces the need for long car commutes, which we know if they weren't living here, they'd be living somewhere else, probably further south, which means probably more traffic, more wear and tear on our roads, and more pollution, and more microplastics from car tires getting into all of our brains and organs. Number two, multifamily and higher density buildings are more energy efficient just by design because they have shared walls, they provide natural insulation. And number three, every building that we're doing in areas like this where we've already developed and we've already paved and we've already put in pipes and we've already invested as a city is one more carbon sink, like a wetland or a forest that we can preserve. So when we see a big parcel like this, whether it's here or whether we're looking elsewhere in parts of the city, these are the areas that we need to look at. And there's trade-offs. There's absolutely trade-offs. If I was living on McLennan Close or McMullen Place, I would probably be frustrated by this as well. I understand that. But as looking at this from the big picture, city of 1.25 million people, looking at all the other areas of our city, especially other mature neighborhoods in the West End and elsewhere, who are also engaging in the conversation around infill and density. These are challenging conversations, but it needs to look at all parcels where we have development and where we've made investments, not just those in mature neighborhoods. So, it's really interesting right now where, as a society, we're not talking as much about climate change as we used to. We do have a carbon budget as a city, but just by allowing more buildings, allowing a city where you can walk, take transit, not have to drive as much or not as far, that saves households a bundle on the cost of cars and gasoline. It's providing more money in the pocket for more people. And I think when we zone out and look at the really big picture of the city, this is something really, really important. Finally, on the school piece, we've experienced this throughout. When I was a school trustee at the school board, we saw this all the time where a new school would be built. It would be at peak enrollment. Often it would be over enrolled and it would require portables. But then after a while, the neighborhood users cycle through. The kiddos go from kindergarten to grade 6 and move on to junior high and elsewhere. And not all the families necessarily move right away. They might be there for 20 years. So it's this peak and then there's this trough. And the neighborhood populace never really recovers. So while there's enrollment pressures absolutely on our schools, it does space out, and then you see schools reorganizing. By the time this site is actually developed out, and there are school-age kiddos living on this site, there are pressures. But then those pressures are also compounded by the fact that those children may choose to go to not the neighborhood school. They may not be going to Johnny Bright. They might be going to a Catholic school, or a Francophone school, or a charter school, or a private school, or a French immersion school, or a managed bilingual school, or a Spanish school, or on and on and on. So necessarily where we see, because of the programs of choice model in Edmonton, just because kiddos end up on a block doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to that neighborhood school, which also makes it very challenging to look at site planning for schools. So I think what we need to really keep our eye on is what's best for our city in terms of the land use conversation, what's going to have the greatest dividends here, and then from there we can move accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Parmar.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to the mover for putting this forward. I find myself very torn because I heard from the residents about, the cutting through in the neighborhoods. At the same time, for me, this is a 15-acre development. And when I look about land use and look about the space that was there and what it's been used for, I think this development is going to give it something pretty special, somewhere that's near transit, near hubs, and seeing also that the developer has spent a lot of time decreasing the height and decreasing the density. I think in a time right now where we need housing and we also need revenue for Edmontonians, this will be bringing both the benefit to the city. And so with that, I am leaning towards not supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate the move for bringing this forward, and I'm a big proponent of open spaces and more places for people to play and kind of experience outdoors. I guess where I'm kind of conflicted is what I heard from the applicant is a desire to have a pretty special, unique package, if I'm quoting them directly, that could be for open space and recreation. And I think maybe holding them accountable on that and making sure that progresses might be the right way to kind of play this forward. So those are just kind of my closing thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And to close, Councillor Morgan, please go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. We really appreciate the conversation, and and your openness to hearing it all out. So, and kind of spending a lot of time on it this morning as well. So, appreciate the work of the developer to reduce the heights in the area, the developable area, and address some of the concerns of McEwen residents, and even the setbacks and stuff too. So, what I've heard from residents is a general support of density in housing. Those living in Heritage Valley have, including myself, have done their part for density being built as one of the most densely populated areas of the city. It's being built as a densely populated area of the city, and so I don't think there's concerns about adding more homes. It's the amenities, the park spaces, and when we talk about walkable cities, park space is part of that. Asking children to cross 4 lanes of traffic to navigate a number of streets through Rutherford or Blackmud Creek is frankly a lot. I've conversed with a lot of people at Canada Day events at that park. I've seen kids playing soccer in that area. It's a highly used area, and acknowledging we need housing, and again, there's no argument there, but we also need some places for people to exist. So I would appreciate everybody's support in this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please vote on the referral motion.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We are just missing one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is defeated in a 6-6 tie. Okay. So that means the referral has been defeated, and next is an opportunity to take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Stevenson. I'll take a seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Excuse me, Mayor Knack, do I do the subsequent now? Sorry.
No, no, it would be after one reading, 2 readings, 3 readings, or no readings. So,
Thanks.
yeah,
Appreciate it.
thank you. Yeah, please vote on closure of the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Somebody willing to move first reading?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Jans. That was seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Anyone wishing to speak? Actually, I know we just spoke generally, but I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Salvador if I could.
Yep, I'm the chair.
Yeah, now we're in this very awkward place because there's a possibility, depending on everyone's reasons for voting yes or no to referral, that we could actually end up with this also not passing in a tie. It's not a guarantee. The order could change. The votes could change. I voted yes to referral because I wanted to see that conversation around the park space. I hate the idea of voting no, because I do see there's a lot of benefit. I heard a lot of compelling arguments as to why we would want to continue to see housing. I think I take the point of the ward councillor who's worked very hard to try to bring forward the voices of the community here on this. I think generally speaking there's a desire for some development there, but what's the right way to do it? So I just thought I would jump on because I think when we run into a 6-6 tie, it's rare because usually we have 13 of us here. I really hear the ward councillor about the park space piece, but I don't know what to do on this at this point. So I'm going to listen to some others as I go through this. So I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just responding to the mayor's comments. So yeah, for me, disappointed by the last vote. I think we had a clear mechanism to provide some green space in an area that's below our thresholds that I think helps solve a problem with this unique site. But that said, I truly think that writ large, this development has great potential. I think I've heard a commitment from the applicant that there will be a network of space within this parcel that will provide high-quality amenity for the residents living there. So it's not a perfect outcome, but for all of the really compelling reasons that my colleagues shared around the suitability of this site for this type of development, the proximity to transit, for me, it's not worth losing it for lack of some park space, which, again, hearing from the applicants, will be accommodated through other mechanisms. So I plan to support this, and I would encourage others to do so as well.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I again spoke on the other one, but I did want to just bring a few other points. I am, hoping that my colleagues, we don't have another 6-6 or close vote with this. I think it is an example where the applicant has already made accommodations, hearing from voices of community in this, and I understand some of the concerns about the park space, but I do want to remind people that approving this today does allow for a cash in lieu, and as the applicant had mentioned, there are other areas that want to be developed for park space, for usable park space, for places that people can gather and play. And so I would definitely want to see, and I'm saying this to administration, that cash in lieu used in that neighborhood. So I really want to see that direct link for this approval. But this is, Councillor Jans hit the nail on the head. We are investing a significant amount of money in LRT. An LRT that I know many in the areas that I represent would give to have access to. And we are going to be debating, even in this public hearing, some other applicants that are more intense, more dense, and not near transit. So I really encourage my colleagues to think about, when we talk about some of the flack in the things we've heard as criticisms of the zoning bylaw, it's feeling like it's everywhere, it's anywhere that you can rezone. This is very strategic, this is very clear, it meets our housing goals, it meets our transit-oriented development goals, it allows for other park space in the community that would probably be more appropriate in terms of its location to be developed. So it's a win-win-win, and please do consider that in your final voting decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morgan?
Thanks. I really wanted to support development here, and I just, and again, I appreciate the changes that were made by the developer, and listening to some of the residents. Not sure there's quite enough yet, but I mean, we need density, we need housing, we need transit-oriented development, and I think there's a lot of marks that it hits, but, asking for a little bit of green space is, when they're giving up a lot of other, like, a lot of green space as it is it hurts. So, at this point, I just can't support it, so.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. Councillor Stevenson, did you move first reading? Or Jans, sorry, yeah, Jans. Councillor Jans, did you want to move second reading?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 9-3. Okay.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Consideration of third reading, moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans?
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21430 and 21431.
Second.
That is moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on third reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 9-3. Okay, Councillor Morgan, did you have want to do that as a subsequent?
I would love to.
Okay, do you want to move that now?
Sure, that'd be great. Subsequent motion is that administration conduct further analysis on the intersection of McEwen Road and 111th Street Southwest, exploring holistic solutions for reconstruction and evaluating potential trade-offs, and provide a report to committee.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Principe. Did you want to take 2 minutes to introduce, or I know you sort of talked about it, but you're welcome for 2 minutes
Yeah, I
still.
didn't prepare much here for that one, but, you know, I just think that, you know, we've heard a lot from our residents of McEwen right now about this development and about traffic congestion in general, I guess, in that area. And even administration has acknowledged how busy that roadway is, that network, specifically at that location. And in the report we read today, there is acknowledgement there too. So I think prioritizing an evaluation of some solutions here would be very beneficial. So I would encourage that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you to the mover for the subsequent. I just had one question about the report. Does administration see that report being a point in time of right now, or would it also include analysis of projections when the LRT opens?
I'm thinking.
I know, that's fair, that's fair.
Councillor, it will make sense because LRT is just on the horizon. That we take the bigger picture into consideration and account for it.
Yeah, like, because I'm thinking, if we're thinking about a holistic analysis, I would want that to include if and what traffic, and that's coming to committee, if and what traffic patterns are projected to change as a result of the LRT opening.
Yes, that
Okay.
will make sense.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Have the chair.
I guess just maybe to the mover, I wanted to double check. I think you specifically asked for a report to committee. Did you have a preference, or I guess maybe getting a thoughts on that versus a memo? I know sometimes in order of timeliness, we already heard from administration that this will fit some point within their other work. Memo sort of saves the whole reporting timeline and gets it sooner, although that means there isn't a public speaking opportunity. So I guess I just wanted to check, weighing the two options of having it earlier so you could potentially take action versus a report which is longer, but you have a public speaking opportunity.
Well, I always enjoy public speaking opportunities for sure.
Yeah.
But you know, with work going on with this right now, I'd like some speed on it too. Well, sorry, what is, how long would it take to get a report?
I'll ask the question,
Sure,
I guess,
sorry,
technically.
yeah,
No,
sorry,
thank you.
sorry.
I know, I agree. So how long, what sort of difference in timeline? Because I hear the eagerness to get answers, so.
For any memo, we'd probably look at about a Q1 2027 outlook, just in terms of the work that's on the table right now. For a memo, you're probably sometime in the fall.
So either fall or Q1. So I'll turn back to the mover preference. I just want to make sure you get the results you want appropriately, whichever version that is. So.
Yeah, I guess if I can get the information, then a memo is fine.
Okay.
Because I have the options here.
Okay,
so.
then I mean, it might be considered, but I'll move to amend to just make that a memo.
Sure. So we have a motion to amend this to be a memo. Do we have a seconder?
Second?
Great. Is that friendly with the Assembly?
Yeah.
Yeah, unanimous consent then? Okay. That's amended to be coming back as a memo as opposed to a report.
Then
I'll
I'll
return
take
the
back the chair. Thank you. Seeing nobody else on the board, anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing, nobody else other than Councillor Morgan to close?
Yeah, I'll just, once again, just with this public hearing item, you know, I've heard from a lot of people about access, about congestion. I'm hearing about fire trucks getting in and out of areas. I'm hearing about egress. I know how busy Heritage Valley is, and again, the density is there. There's a lot of people there moving about. I do know we have good public transit. Very thankful for the investment in LRT down there. Buses need intersections too, and so they need to be able to get in and out of there as well. And so, I would ask for everybody's support in this analysis and evaluation. So thanks.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just missing one vote. Counselor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. All right, we are back to items this would be 312 through 315. I believe we had done all of our questions, although since the public hearing is still open, folks are welcome to still click back on the board to ask questions. So I'll just wait for the board to be opened up and see if there's anyone there. If not, I'll just go to Councillor Wright I believe Councillor Wright has a motion, but.
Actually, I'll just move right now. I have a subsequent motion, but I'll move right now to close public hearing for items 312, 313, 314, and 315.
Okay, great.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion to close the public hearing on those items, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Not seeing anyone else who had gone on the board for questions, so please vote to close the public hearing on those items.
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright?
And I'll move first reading for items 312, 313, 314, 315.
Perfect. Do I have a seconder?
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Tang. First reading is on the floor. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Just wait to double check because the board, e-scribe is slow. It's daylight savings time. Everyone fell asleep. Couldn't work out. But okay, not seeing anyone. Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you. I heard with the last item that we can't be fixing broader issues by referring back. So I've decided not to try that route. I know the proponents came in good faith in line with current policies and practices and bylaws and that, but I think that's where we need to correct some of those bylaws and policies. So that's what my subsequent motion will deal with. And I think we have to look to, again, our broader objectives, our council priorities, our guiding principles, and I'll speak more to that with my subsequent motion.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright?
Move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright.
And move consideration of third reading.
Second?
Consideration moved and seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright.
And I move third reading of Charter Bylaw 21428, Bylaw 21398, Bylaw 21399, and Bylaw 21400.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on third and final reading of those items.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. So that item is passed. Subsequent motion, Councillor Wright.
Yes, clerk, I put it in the chat earlier.
Yeah, please go ahead and read it out while they're putting it up on the screen.
Okay, I'm just trying to find it in our chat. There we go. So that administration review and recommend updates to City Policy C507, Arterial Roads for Development, and Bylaw 14380, Arterial Roads for Development, including but not limited to a jurisdictional scan to identify alternate funding models, a requirement for the construction of arterial roads to be in stages upon completion of adjacent neighborhoods rather than full catchment development, an assessment of the use of vehicle counts as a trigger to compel the timing of planning and construction versus a percentage of neighborhood completion, evaluation of options to ensure equitable distribution of construction costs between all catchment developers, taking into consideration escalating construction costs and non-participating landowners, and a review of responsibility for arterial roads constructions as part of the broader mobility network, including oversight of the ARA Steering Committee.
Do I have a seconder?
Second?
Oh, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, please take 2 minutes to introduce.
Thank you. As I said, I think there is a broader issue. I know many of us experience traffic congestion and delays of arterial road construction, not only due to developers not being able to or not completing arterial roads as neighborhoods are being developed or being built out in totality. I think the city has to take some responsibility that we have not provided adequate funding to build the arterials over the years, and I think better planning needs to be done. I think that's resulted in us having to do these swaps, which then kind of put pressure on larger arterial roads. Again, things like 66th Street, 99th Street, 17th Street, where we do have these pinch points, and I'm sure there's all councillors can relate to these pinch points in their area. So I think we need to do a better job of planning out how these roads are constructed, when they're constructed, and who pays for the construction. So I hope that will be caught with the motion that I've made, and I know that I've received some advice from our urban planning in regards to this motion, and they have recommended to delete everything except for the jurisdictional scan to identify alternate funding models. So I will have questions for them.
Thank you. And feel free to click on the board for questions. I'll start with Councillor Tang for questions.
Great, thank you. I guess to administration first. For these two, the policy and the bylaw, when was the last time they were reviewed?
So the policy was reviewed in 2006, and through the ARA audit, there were additional procedures reinforced and put in place in 2021.
2021, okay. I guess one can argue since 2021, lots more growth than we had anticipated. So, for me, one of the questions, is it time to do another review? To the mover, just so I can articulate the problem you're trying to solve. the arterial roads in your, in the new neighborhoods in your ward are not, developers are building them as they're building out the neighborhood, but they're not building them out fast enough or complete enough for you.
They aren't required to, so they're building the 2 lanes as required, but they're not required to build the 4-lane expansion until the catchment is near completion or near, complete. From what I understand, the development officers may request that it be built out faster, but
And
no triggers.
And that in the past, when maybe it's council-driven sometimes, when the council wants to see a certain road built out faster, what they do is they swap out other parcels to kind of access that ARA funding for road maybe in an adjacent area or neighboring area. Is that right?
That's right. A recent example is 17th Street at the Mill Creek Ravine was swapped out for the developer to do, and a portion of 2 lanes on 23rd Avenue became city responsibility, but no planning of how we're going to fund that in the future.
And so down the road in the future, it just creates this bottleneck as those neighborhoods have people move in, more traffic, but we are not fully, I guess, building out those infrastructure to accommodate that. And so you're trying with this series of bullets, you're trying to preempt that situation from happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if we ask IIS to build us a rec center, we don't say, oh, wait, no, we want to save some money, don't bother putting a roof on, we'll put a roof on later, and no plan in place to put that roof on. I see this as another bunch of city assets and infrastructure that we are just leaving incomplete.
So to administration, so that's kind of my understanding of the intent of this. You had some responses that you didn't necessarily recommend bullet 2 to 5. Wondering if you can speak to, I guess, your understanding. Do you feel that this will solve, preempt the problem? And why did you recommend not having some of these bullets?
So our recommendation is to keep the motion broad in terms of if the outcome is to look to accelerate the construction of developer-contributed arterial roads. The bullet points narrow us down into solutions that are outside of our legislative framework.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so bullet 2, in terms of conditioning subdivisions and conditioning areas to provide infrastructure, we are guided by the Municipal Government Act, which only allows us to do a certain amount. So it allows us to condition in order to serve the development. Anything additional beyond that, we can't do. We can do through a willing landowner that has other area developers lined up to help contribute to that, but we can't condition over and above that. So in terms of looking at providing 4 lanes sooner, in terms of the overall development framework, there's only a couple of solutions out there, which includes additional city funding, either to backstop the over expenditures or provide debt financing through different mechanisms. So just in terms of having that overall discussion around how to get arterial roads sooner, we can outline some of those positives and negatives to the options that we see, but keeping it generic would be good.
Thank you. Councillor Wright for questions.
Hi, okay, so you mentioned, so the MGA doesn't say arterial roads can only be guided as per catchment. We could still set the condition overall to be per neighborhood or per percentage of completion of a neighborhood.
So we work within in multiple different levels. One of them is the MGA, the other is our guidelines for arterial development.
Okay, but that's what I want to change, is the guidelines for arterial and all that.
So they're still nested within another. Ultimately, we're responsible to how we develop through the MGA or what we're required through the MGA in terms of providing access to the parcel, which is that first 2 lanes, and then
Sorry,
to
does
needs
does the MGA state only the first 2 lanes can be built?
It states that access is required, which is provided as 2 lanes. You don't need 4 lanes for accessing parcels. So there's limitations to the powers in which we can condition subdivisions.
But as that neighborhood builds out, the access for residents becomes 4 lanes.
Correct, which is why we have thresholds within the guidelines that state when we start to seek conditioning for those 4 lanes on subsequent subdivisions. And those are based off of engineering studies and roadway capacity.
But those are only triggers. They do not compel the developer then to start construction, correct?
So the triggers, and through the system and the conversations through our ARA steering committee, we work towards conditioning those future subdivisions on 4-laning the roads. Typically, development has to proceed in order to get those additional 4 lanes. The first lanes can usually be either provided on existing government road allowance or on the parcel that's doing the subdivision. In order to do the 4 lanes, we'll most likely need land from other landowners, which typically aren't coming in at the same time.
Okay, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is who determines that development? Is it the current ARA bylaw?
So the development of 4 lanes?
Yes.
So once the areas reach, or once the road reaches that capacity, the subdivision authority indicates to the area developers that as you come in for your next phases, we will be conditioning you with developing that additional 2 lanes.
But are those requirements and conditions part of the MGA, or it's a part of our own 2006 ARA policy and 2022 ARA bylaw?
So the ARA bylaw and the policy outlines what roads are developers responsible for,
So
which
the
is the 4
MGA
laning.
doesn't restrict us?
The
from
MGA restricts what we can condition in terms of the need to serve the development.
Okay. But to serve the development of a neighborhood,
Which is why we have the catchment system. So as the neighborhood needs are advanced and there's additional volumes, we start conditioning for those 4
but that's
lanes.
my concern with the development of the catchment. Like in the case of the Alsace item that we just had, we've got a whole big chunk of Dakoto, which are non-participating landowners, private landowners. So if that doesn't ever develop, there's no requirement for those arterial roads in that catchment, which include 50th Street, 34th Street, and 17th Street. There's no requirement under our current ARA bylaws to widen those roads to 4 lanes, correct?
The requirement comes when the volume demands in the catchment area and the prioritization of roads in the whole catchment. There's not just one arterial in each catchment. There's multiple arterials.
Yeah,
There's multiple demands on the network. That prioritization is done through multiple studies in terms of what roads we look to condition next, so that there is an orderly development, and that we don't overly burden the developers in the area as they come in for each subsequent phases.
Okay, what about overly burdening the residents in the area with congestion and
So overly
non-development, and my time is up.
Yeah. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I like the overall intention of this motion. However, I am concerned with some of the concerns that I heard from administration, and specifically the word "a requirement for," or words "a requirement for," that, because that really does bind. And I actually want to go to legal and see what concerns do you see with this motion?
So I'm not typically too concerned about the wording, just because Councillor Principe, you got to read the parent with it, and the parent talks about a review and recommended update. So I think that gives a bit of leadway in terms of we can recommend should there be a requirement or should there not be a requirement. I think with respect to point 2, just what Mr. Pollock has been saying, I think we have to be mindful of our constraints. Now, I do think we do have policy and bylaw that's built out from the MGA, but we have to be mindful that there is a test that has to be met, right? The land has to be benefiting, and we do have to have those triggers, right? And those triggers are going to be subdivision and development. So the completion of a neighborhood in and of itself does not create a trigger capable of requiring, you know, the next road or something like that. So that's where I would sort of weigh in on this, trying to stay high level with it.
Okay, so does administration have a recommendation on wording that can consider what we just heard and also take into consideration the intention of the mover?
So Councillor, our recommendation is that the motion become more broad. However, if the motion wants to proceed as is, we will provide advice in any future reporting as the legalities or the mechanisms that are required to fulfill that.
And how can we make an amendment to make it a little bit more broad? Is there wording recommended?
Councillor Principe, we had understood the intention is, you know, looking at options to accelerate the construction of arterial roadways. So in some suggestions, it was really around, you know, the review and recommendation to of the policy and the bylaw to expedite construction of arterial roads, including a jurisdictional scan. But as Travis noted, that intention is reflected in this motion as well, and we will just identify through a report if there's constraints.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. My question's for admin. From your perspective, is the current model working as intended? Because Councillor Wright is bringing up some aspects here that I can see some issues, not issues, but some different areas to look at. So I just want to find out, is the current model working as intended, or have you seen any complications or issues rising recently?
Councillor, I would say as a whole, the model is working as intended. With that being said, there are multiple factors that create complexities within that system, whether it is non-participating landowners, market velocity of bringing these stages online. We have to remember that we're in developing communities, and there is going to be incomplete networks as we develop out. So we don't go out and develop the entire network the first stage. That would be very expensive, and it would add an additional amount to our operations. So we look to time the development and the addition to that network appropriately with the available tools that we have.
Okay, and I guess to further up to that, and maybe too early to determine that, but if we were to move to a different, like a funding model, would that potentially raise any risks to the city in regards to funding for these projects? Or is that, like I said, too early to determine that?
I think that would be a good discussion once the report comes back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I think just want to get clarity as well. So I think I'm hearing from administrations that the traffic counts have to hit a threshold. I think the other piece is that there also have to be properties that are subdividing to be able to condition them, correct?
Correct.
And so just on that third point, in terms of, the fourth bullet around looking at non-participating landowners, is that something that we can dig into a little bit?
What do you mean by, sorry?
Or just how we deal with because I think some of the challenges, and I'm not sure if this is specific cases, but I think, the worst case scenario is you hit that traffic threshold of vehicle counts, and then there's no development happening to provide, to condition, to pay for the expansion to 4. And just what are we doing in those situations?
We typically wait for the market to resolve itself, whether the demand increases to a level that players are willing to pay for that land, that whatever the landholder wants to hold out for, or the other potential is that we go forth as a city and build it. But we typically or we don't do that because there's a division of responsibilities there.
Well, and I think, you know, I have family friends who you know, live in a cul-de-sac of rural residential, and I don't think that subdivision is ever going to sell in terms of the owners that are there. So I think that's one of the challenges that my hope that this motion can address. So not needing an answer now, but just wanting to ensure that there is consideration of that in this motion.
Yeah, it's in the motion.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
perfect. And then I'm just wondering too, I'm not as familiar with this situation as some of my colleagues. Are we confident in the vehicle counts themselves? Because I think what I'm hearing is that the vehicle count, like by the time we're hitting the vehicle counts, there's already sort of significant congestion.
We are confident because both through city operations, there is a count program year over year. Also, working with the developers in the area, we identify multiple checkpoints in terms of identifying basically where we are and what further development can occur to further support the area.
And apologies, not confidence in the accuracy of the counts, but confidence that the count, the threshold, that the number we're setting isn't sort of past a point of congestion.
So the number we are setting is a two-stage process. It is we start those conversations when we are hitting 12 to 15,000 vehicles per day. Where this number is coming from, it is the industry standard that basically identifies this number as reasonably able to be accommodated through 2 lanes. So through those proactive discussions, then by the time we are reaching the threshold of 18,000, the idea is that we have at least a commitment in place, a servicing agreement in place, and some timelines identified when we are widening the road.
But if 12 to 15 cars per day is the industry standard that can be handled on 2 lanes, and we're not triggering a plan until we're already at 18,000, like, doesn't that suggest that the roads are over capacity by the time we're starting to move towards widening?
So 12 to 15,000 can easily be accommodated by 2 lanes of traffic, by 2 lanes of arterial. And as we go beyond that threshold of 15,000, then we can start looking into widening. Councillor, just to clarify, it also depends on the function of that arterial. Some arterials have multiple intersections at a very close spacing. That impacts the capacity as well. If you have a long stretch of arterial, for example, in Alcys, Ellerslie Road, where it's a long stretch without any interruptions through multiple intersections, then it can carry more traffic.
Okay, come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, we have some guests here from Lendrum School. It's a grade 4 or 5 class. Welcome, everyone, from Lendrum School. Their teacher, C. Case. Where's our teacher? There we are. Hello. And they are in Ward Papasteo. Your city councillor is Councillor Michael Jans, who is here today. He is just virtual online. You will see his bright orange icon there, sitting there. That's where Councillor Jans is. Working hard, though. He's been talking. We've heard him. He's not just put on a screen and not doing anything. Don't worry. His voice is there. So what day of City Hall School is this? Day 4, which means we've had so many adventures. Has it been all 4 in a row? Or is this a break? Yeah, last week to this week. That's right. So have we done the mock city council yet for Lendrum? This afternoon. So who's going to be the mayor of that mock city council meeting? Right there in the red toque, right in the middle. Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us what you're going to be discussing? We'd love to hear from you if you're willing to come share. Yeah, come on down. We would love to. There we go. Bright, the very bright shoes. Love the shoes too. So tell us your name, Mayor. What's your first name?
My name's Anders.
Anders, Mayor Anders, it's great to have you here today. I love the toque. You're rocking it here, and it's going to get warm though, so I don't know if you'll be able to keep it on the whole day. We'll see how it goes. What are you going to be discussing today, Mayor Anders, when you have your?
Should we have electric scooters on the street?
Ooh, should we have, or on the sidewalk?
On the sidewalks.
Okay.
French, so we were translating it before coming.
Oh, is this? This is. You should have told. I wasn't prepared for my French today. I did a speech over the weekend in French. I did a whole like 15 paragraphs. It was terrible. I did a terrible job. I was in a francophone event, so like you could tell they just pity clapped for me. But it was nevertheless great. Continue on with your French. Learn it. Master it. Don't stop it, because then you'll be like me, who learned it, didn't use it, and then now has to frantically try to learn it again, which is incredibly hard. So, Mayor, it's great to see you. It's great to see the entire class. Thank you, and bienvenue à tous. Thank you very much. We have a number of our councillors who do speak French. That is not myself fluently, but I think we have at least two. We have Councillor Tang, we have Councillor, do you? Councillor Clark, you do as well? Un petit peu? Councillor Rutherford, you're French. You have some, yeah. Who else is French in our? Councillor Stevenson. A little bit. Okay, we all got a bunch have a little bit. So some who are more fluent than others. So, okay, great. We are continuing on questions. Councillor Salvador, can I give you the chair for questions?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. Just to that point around, just wanting to talk a little bit about the 12 to 15,000, sort of the. I think over the years, and this isn't just road capacity, there's often and I say this with the greatest of love to all the folks who have the engineering background, but sometimes we get the engineering solution says this, we don't have enough traffic volume to put in a stop sign, we don't have enough cars to do this, and I think it's great that we have those standards, and then I think sometimes in real life shows that it's not, the standard doesn't always work. And so when's the last time we reviewed the 12 to 15,000 standard? You said it's currently a national standard. How do they use that? When's the last time that was reviewed? Do you have a sense of that?
I'm not sure when the last time it was reviewed, but these are the numbers that are within our, as part of the complete street design and construction standards. These are the same numbers that got identified. So definitely there was a jurisdictional scan done to, again, solidify these numbers. And you are right, in terms of the context matters, and that's where we have to be mindful that data is one thing, but then also in what context we are looking at that data and be reasonable about what the logical extensions are. For instance, if we have to look at widening of the road, but we also know that there is an additional arterial that is coming for the same neighborhood as part of the development in a short amount of time, that is another opportunity to disperse the traffic. So how do we quantify that? Yes, can we just wait a bit to let that threshold be there or increase? Yes, so those are definitely the trade-offs that happen as we see where the subdivisions are happening, and it is all contingent on where the development is happening and the pacing of it, the sequencing of it.
So maybe the question I have, and maybe I should just wait for the report because I'm going to support this, I think, at this point, but I guess I want to understand, you've referenced context matters, and I appreciate that. But does context apply to a situation where you're fewer than 12,000 to 15,000 vehicles a day, and that would allow us to then trigger a piece? The way I understand it is that unless we've hit that mark, like it's only once we've hit that mark that we consider it, and then we apply context. But I'm not sure we apply context in the reverse.
We should not be, because as Travis mentioned, it has ramifications in terms of taking on an asset that is not needed. There are operational costs, and then there is upfront cost that is for the developer.
For sure, yeah, and I think and so I hear that, and maybe that's the point of the report, because I think we're hearing from council, and I think I'm speaking to it, so I'm going to stop. I'll move another round.
Seconder? Second. Moved by Mayor Knack, second by Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on second round.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes too.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Now return the chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright for another round of questions.
Okay, let's just, since we're talking vehicle count. So at 38,000 vehicles a day, that warrants,
4 lanes.
okay. And so the trigger, or the vehicle counts that I received from Ms. Petrin says south of White Mud Drive, 38,000. Oh, sorry, this is on 17th Street. North of 23rd Avenue is 23 vehicles a day. So in between White Mud Drive and 23rd Avenue, 15,000 vehicles disperse out into neighborhoods? Like, I'm just, maybe I should ask Ms. Petrin. What, when you say south of White Mud Drive in your email?
So I can clarify that.
Okay.
If that's okay. So this is solely for the 17th Street corridor as requested. So what that means is that White Mud Drive, 38,000 vehicles per day as like 17th Street close to White Mud Drive. So we are looking at different segments over here. And this 38,000 is a combination of obviously all the neighborhoods that are developed on east and west of 17th Street. Likewise, as we go further south, 23rd Avenue is another intersection with 17th Street where we looked at what is north and south of 23rd. And as we go further south, south of Hinde, where Alcy's is, where we know that there's almost nothing at the moment. It's only 3,000 vehicles per day that is on 17th Street. So that's how this information
So
is.
we're sort of looking at the intersections, not necessarily the
We are
traffic.
looking at the segments, north and south of intersections.
Okay, just around the intersections, okay.
Councillor Wright, I might suggest too, when we bring back this report, should council approve this motion, we can package all of this information together in terms of the policy, the bylaw, the guidelines, and then have a more wholesome conversation around, how council wants to move forward. If there's specific issues, we can certainly follow up more directly with you. And alternatively, I'll flag the network mobility report later this month as well.
Okay, and that network mobility report, that will show the arterials, I guess, basically that have been swapped out, right? The ones that are still city responsibility.
Yes, the city responsibility.
Okay, because that was my other concern is those existing gaps that we have. I don't think I have any further questions. I'm good.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just to Ms. Petrin's last point, yeah, I think you're right. This report could be a good opportunity to kind of bring everything together. And I wonder even just sort of a process chart, I would find something helpful just in terms of understanding that timeline. And I think again, and I don't need an answer now, but just in the report, again, I think I'm having a little bit of disconnect, recognizing that 12 to 15K is capacity for 2 lanes, but that we don't then trigger any conditioning until 18,000 vehicles. And then we're conditioning at that point, and I assume there's time for the money to collect to be able to widen to 4. So again, just maybe having maybe some typical timelines, understanding why we're sort of comfortable with the 2 lanes being over capacity, again, to get to that 18,000 threshold. Again, don't need an answer today, but I think that would be helpful in the report.
We'll follow up through the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no other questions. Anyone wishing to speak to it, please click on the board. Yeah, Councillor Wright told me to close. Councillor Tank, please.
Just very quickly, I will support this. I think, especially in terms of the limitations that's inherent in some of these items, I think the administration just can't bring that information back. Part of my interest in this is I wouldn't mind a review of the policy. It's been a few years. I think conditions in our city have changed. And so that's the reason why I am supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this as well. I think it's a good motion, and I think we're seeing a need to review this. The way we do arterials, it's not working for us right now. From my area, I see a lot of people cutting through residential areas. I see a lot of dangerous behavior because people are frustrated on our arterials that are not up to, or too small for the capacity that they're serving right now. So happy to support Councillor Wright in this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
The chair.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is one of those situations where what might be technically right is no longer functional for the city that we live in. So I just think we need to be, you know, I hear our engineering standard, I hear all that, and I appreciate that. You know, I still have nightmares, and I think Councillor Clark still has to deal with this in the northwest corner, where in the communities of Big Lake, we had a rural road that only supported 5,000 cars a day that is well above that, and then we took forever to finally condition it and finally get to where we needed to. And I peppered Mr. Pollock with numerous emails on that over the years, and we were all following every standard, but it just wasn't working. And so the reality is that what's happening now isn't working anymore. We need to recognize that the people that we serve are not feeling that the standards make sense based off the real impacts they are facing on a day-to-day basis. So that's the purpose for me of supporting this motion, and I appreciate what I'm hoping for from administration is, along with the very technical explanation about what you do, the reality of what I think people are facing now, and maybe working with our development partners about figuring out a better way forward, because it's, you know, we're the ones that have to deal with the folks that are feeling like they're not being heard or represented, or feel like they're in an unsafe situation and aren't getting a response that's actually reflective of the needs. So I'll support this. I'll take the chair back.
Adjourned.
Councillor Jans?
I'll support this as well, although I'm concerned that it does have a bit too much of a, what I'll call an auto-centric lens to it, that ultimately the only way out of traffic is not one more lane, it's alternatives, it's making sure that we have bus rapid transit, it's making sure that we have great public transit with dedicated lanes that doesn't have to wait in traffic. It's about having alternatives and choices that mean for those who have no other option, they can drive, but other options are provided for folks. So I'm hoping that as we're looking at this, we can be factoring in what we can actually do to reduce the number of cars on the road, and providing alternatives. That has to be the key. There's no one more lane that'll fix it. If we make the arterials faster and smoother, it's only going to induce more demand and more traffic. We need to have more choices in more places, public, active, walkable, everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you, Councillor Jans, for bringing that perspective. Unfortunately, out in a lot of suburban areas, we don't have that public transit, so we do have to rely on these arterial roads, but we don't necessarily have to just rely on that. And once we get the Valley Line LRT south and east, that will be even better. But I did bring this forward because I think with the public hearings over the past 4 years that I've participated in, I think a lot of the concerns that I have seen have been in regards to our current and future developing neighborhoods, and being able to serve the residents that I hear from in regards to their traffic needs. I think I also looked at what our council priorities are that we set out, and I think it does meet all 4 of them. That we need to find a better way for economic development. I mean, some of these arterial roads are major transportation corridors, and that we do need to fix them to improve our economy. Growth management, definitely, how we are building out our neighborhoods. This does come into play, and as well as the quality services that we provide in the form of the infrastructure and road development. And safety is a huge concern. Road rage is a factor. Speeding has been a factor, and even though you might be able to pick up a little extra speed on a 4-lane, when it narrows down into a 2-lane, that's where we've seen fatalities, and I've seen fatalities on 17th Street, not only north of the Henday, but also south of the Henday in the area that's being developed in Alsace. So I do appreciate, from what I'm hearing, the support of my colleagues in order to address this situation. Maybe the ARA bylaws and policies worked 20 years ago when the policy was last reviewed, but I do think it is time to take another look at the realities of it and bring things up to date. So appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Okay, we'll just do a quick review of what the process will be as we're coming up to the noon break. So what will happen next, once we get back from our recess, is we'll begin with item 3.18, which is the Shaughnessy item. Upon completion of that, we'll move on to the MacArthur Industrial, then to the Calder item. Once those three items are finished, we'll get back to the beginning of the agenda, which is the Griesbaugh item, then the Calder and Kensington Alley item, and the Queen Alexandra, and then finally the Matson item. So we'll go. I did, yes, yeah. So we'll go in that order once we get back from our recess at, I guess actually I can check. I was going to say recess, but how long is your presentation on Shaughnessy? Are we ready? Who's doing Shaughnessy?
Just got to switch seats, but it'll be quick.
Yeah, so I don't want to like cram it in, but at the same time, we've got a few items, and I don't want to risk not finishing all of our items today. So okay, let's do. Yeah, we'll get everyone seated, and then we'll do at least the presentation, and we'll move. We'll do that. We'll do questions afterwards. Whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you for letting me get settled.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Take a breath. It's all good.
Just making sure I have the right speaking notes up. Good morning. This application proposes to rezone from medium-scale residential, RMH16 zone, to the medium-scale residential, or RMH23 zone, to allow for medium-scale housing up to 23 meters in height. Administration reached out to 280 addresses, and no responses have been received. Next slide, please. The undeveloped site is 0.64 hectares in size and located in the eastern portion of the Shaughnessy neighborhood. It's west of 66th Street and north of 167th Avenue. There's a natural wetland to the west of the site and future residential, commercial, and open space to the north, east, and south. Public transit is available along 66th Street and 167th Avenue, while active modes of transportation are also found nearby. Next slide, please. When compared to the RMH16, this will add 7 meters, which is approximately 2 stories in height, and have an increase in floor area ratio to 3.0. In addition, the new zone includes regulations that increase the side setbacks to 6 meters above the 4th story, which mitigates potential massing impacts that may result from an increase in height. The RMH23 zone will result in a taller and larger building with more units. Next slide, please. Planning of the site is guided by the Edmonton North Area Structure Plan and the Shaughnessy Neighborhood Structure Plan, which designated as residential and medium density, respectively. The proposed rezoning conforms to both of the plans. Next slide, please. This map shows the future arterial road improvements along with the expected completion dates where available. A full traffic signal is currently in place at the site's access from the intersection of 170th Avenue and 66th Street. The 170th Avenue collector will be extended west of 66th Street to serve this development. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it is compatible with the surrounding land uses, will continue to allow for the continued development of Shaughnessy neighborhood, and it conforms to the Shaughnessy Neighborhood Structure Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're at 11:58, so we won't try to rush into that. So, but we did get the presentation. Once we come back, we'll have either questions of our applicants or questions of those of administration. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'll just do a quick roll call. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Morgan is coming in any second. Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette, again, might not be able to join us today. He did check in with me. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Wright. Not yet, but we'll, that's enough to start. We're on to, well, I guess I'll first check to see with Councillor Principe, do you have questions for our speakers in favor?
No, I do not.
No. So does
Just
anyone?
administration.
Just administration. Anyone have questions to the speakers in favor on this application? I'm not seeing any. We'll move to questions of administration. Please go ahead, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question about it being a collector road. So there's going to be a future collector road, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm trying to get an understanding of what a collector road is, because when I look at what I expect I would see in this neighborhood as a collector road is very different than, let's say, 132 Avenue. Very different. But yet they're still both considered collector roads, is that right? Are they?
So, Councillor, I'm just to clarify the question. Collector roads have different functions depending on where they are. As part of the NSP, we did, like this layout was identified in tandem with the land use concept to look at the overall accessibility of the plan, both from vehicular and transit perspective. Typically, our collectors, you will find connecting internal roadways and bringing traffic to the arterials. That is kind of in a very simple way defining collectors. So I don't know if I was able
So
to
they can be
address.
very
Correct.
different, right?
Yeah, because if you see the example of even where the site is, and if clerks can bring slide number 5 for mobility, 170 Avenue, just next to the site, if you see its function in Mechanici is very broad because it then connects to other collectors. But as you see west of 66th Street, it is limited because of the natural area there and it doesn't continue. But the volumes are still triggering to call it a collector and design it as a collector.
Okay, yeah, I was surprised to see that it would be considered a collector road. And then, is it ideal for us to be recommending or expecting to see an RMH 23 beside a site that's zoned RS?
Yeah, and again, these zones are meant to be, excuse me, compatible with each other. And in this case as well, it's on the collector, it's got the natural areas, it's actually quite a good place to see a lot of people being added. So I think in terms of it meeting the intentions of the plan, it's being built out kind of as per those original visions, this makes good sense from a land use perspective.
So an RMH 23 beside RS?
Yeah, and we've seen that before in other locations as well. I mean, I can think of one in Grosvenor just off the top of my head. Sorry, I can't pull one that's closer in proximity, but the zones are meant to be kind of able to integrate with each other, and this is also to the north of that, so I think we're in a good spot.
Okay, thank you for those answers. And yeah, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Oh, someone is, Councillor Rutherford is logging on. You can just go ahead. They'll put your name on. Go ahead.
I guess I just wanted to ask about, you know, again, this is where I feel like sometimes we're very contradictory in what we say in some of our bigger discussions, and then what happens in public hearing, and I'm not sure how to square it, because in some of the conversations with committee on the zoning, for example, we talked about how we want to push this kind of build development to primary nodes and corridors. Yet here we are with something that is not in a primary node or corridor, nor is it even on what I would consider, you know, an arterial, like, well, it's not an arterial, it's collector roads.
Yeah, it is on a collector, and I think one of the big distinguishing factors here is that the district plans are really there to guide that overall development in absence of those plans, or when we're developing new plans. This plan has been around since I think it was 1988. I was looking at one of the originals earlier. And so one of the key points is, you know, when this was originally being conceived, these were part of those plans and part of the ongoing evolution of...
This is where we get a little hung up, because there's a difference between medium density and what this is proposing. Because medium density could be a 4-story.
Absolutely. And again, this is in alignment with the existing statutory plan, though. So we're meeting the intents of the plan, which is a more detailed plan than the district level. We wouldn't look to district planning unless we were amending this plan.
Can you talk me through that a bit more? Because what are the guidelines that you're interpreting in that?
Yeah, for this one, I think it was medium density development.
Yeah, medium density, right? So like, what is the spectrum of medium density then? Like, maybe that's where we actually need to be having a conversation, because
yeah, I
that
mean,
seems pretty
typically
broad.
up to about 6 stories would fit well within that. And again, because we're on a collector, we are also on a natural feature. We're to the north of the RSF. So I think that there's a lot of compatible features here. But fundamentally, it comes back to meeting the intentions of the plan. We're not amending the plan in this case. We're amending the zoning in alignment with the plan itself.
And we've had a lot of conversations at this table about what actually constitutes a collector, where we've seen your interpretation of an arterial or a collector not align with many of my colleagues around this table. This is a collector road that's not even built yet.
Correct. And again, that's the building out will also anticipate the densities that are being proposed here, right? So this is part of that original concept. It is on a collector. It doesn't have a lot of additional capacity, but it's still triggering those. So it's going to be developed as a collector. And again, with the other features, the proximity to the transit.
Yeah, how do we define a collector again? And when is something a collector? Because like, I was under the understanding, and I hate that we keep having this conversation, but I feel like it needs to happen again and again, that collectors were roads that were meant to bring you to more community amenities and were meant to be collectors between neighborhoods, not through necessarily neighborhoods.
Yes, through neighborhoods, absolutely, because that's how you provide transit, through collectors, because
So anytime it's a transit road, it would be a collector.
generally speaking, most
With
of our
that,
collectors.
maybe on-demand might be an exception to that or something.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Councillor, just in terms of proximity to amenities, we have a large natural area here. There's a community, there's a neighborhood commercial site, and so this site has good access. It is planned for and to be expected, and so there's no land use incompatibility issues here, even considering the transportation network. This was planned for, we expect this, and it works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so we can take, this time it'd be appropriate for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Okay, Councillor Jansen's moved closure to the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Oh, sorry, wait a second. I just got a call for new information, just new information arising from the hearing, so wanted to just double check, see if there's any additional new information from members of council to either the applicants or to administration. Not seeing any, so I'll still take that motion from Councillor Jans and seconded by Councillor Stevenson to close the public hearing. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford, did it come through?
Spinning, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Somebody want to move first reading?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Jans.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please click on if you wish to speak. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when council passed the zoning bylaw, it stated that it would give community a better understanding as to what they may expect to be built in their community. And this is a developing neighborhood. And we're continually seeing rezonings here. And I'm concerned about the current zoning then in the first place. If we expect to see higher zoning, then why didn't we just zone it like that to begin with? I don't understand this, but we're continually seeing this. I think the current zoning will still accommodate enough people to reach our density targets. And I don't think this is an ideal area. It's not an odor corridor. It's not a priority growth area, quite far from downtown where we want to see the development more. So, you know, a lot of the discussion has been that where we want to see more growth. And I think that if we truly want to bring people along, that maybe this isn't the way to do it. I'm just not prepared to support this today, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I tend to concur with my colleague on this one. I am very apprehensive about this rezoning to 6 stories within the neighborhood in an area that is not a no-door corridor, which does not have mass transit, nor, quite frankly, the opportunity to have mass transit, amongst other things. And I don't see why 4 stories wouldn't be sufficient for this area. So for those reasons, I'm going to support the ward councillor on this one and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to chime in with my support for this rezoning. I think it's a good question about you know, how our neighborhoods are ordered. I think what I'm coming back to is its alignment with the statutory plan. We've had a number of conversations recently about the viability of new neighborhoods, and you know, when new neighborhoods are coming forward to us, they're coming forward as a package in a you know, a unified system to create viable development. We know that density is a really important part, and my assumption is that this development and this density in this place helps offset some of the lower density throughout the rest of the plan. So from a viability perspective, I think given its alignment with the statutory plan, it makes a lot of sense to support. I think as well, just in terms of its siting, I think administration has spoken to a number of features that make it really well suited. And I agree, we've talked a little bit about the equity piece of you know, medium, low and medium rise housing being on busy arterials. This is actually an opportunity for higher density close to natural areas that I think provides a really important choice for folks who might be choosing to live in this form of housing. So I'll support it. I'll encourage my colleagues to support it as well.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Probably, I think I'll just echo a little bit of Councillor Stevenson. I'm reminded, going down into memory lane as I once and occasionally do, I think it was my first term, we had a rezoning application in the community of Seacourt, a newer community as well, that was right beside their school on a collector road. That was being proposed from 4 to 6, and at the time I pushed against it most notably because of the lack of a conformance to the neighborhood structure plan. Because I think for me, I really want to echo what I heard from Councillor Stevenson, is I think at the end of the day, these plans they don't need to be always adhered to. There is the opportunity for change. I'm not seeing a reason why we wouldn't adhere to the plan in this case, considering the site characteristics. I think back to the idea of what we're seeing here. This is a site that, when it comes to sun shadow, as an example, minimal impact based off what's situated around it. I think from what I can see, and I'll stand to be corrected if somebody says otherwise, but I think the bus route in the community is the 119, which during the Monday to Friday runs during peak hours from 6 a.m. or so every 15 minutes, connecting people to the West Clairview and Clairview Park and Ride. And so I think there's connectivity that's relatively close to where this site is. There is limited sun shadow impact, and this does comply with the plan that's in place. So when we're talking about making sure we're providing stability to folks, anyone that would have bought into this neighborhood should have, and this is always a challenge, not every builder shares the information they should, but if the information was up in the showrooms, this was a site that could have been up to this height of a building. So that information has been known going into it. Again, appreciating not every builder does that, and so I've seen that happen at times before. But all of which should be said is that we're not being asked to change the plan here. We're being asked to rezone within something that was already approved and in place for quite some time. So for that reason, I'll support this rezoning application here, and with that piece around just making sure that along within the major roads, it's nice to have spots where you can have some higher forms of density that also get access to those natural areas, which in many new neighborhoods, it's often the single-family home that gets to abut the natural area or the pond or the water feature. It's very rare to see newer areas with higher forms of density around those same natural amenities, which I think is a flaw in decades of land use planning and no fault of anyone other than just, I think, the way that we've done land use planning in a long time. So I'll support it. Thank you. I'll take back the chair.
Returned.
Anyone else? Councillor Jansa close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 8-4.
I'll move first reading.
You mean second reading?
Second reading, pardon me.
Yep, second reading is moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 8-4. Councillor Jans.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Seconded
Second.
by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
I'm a yes.
E-scribe's moving slow. Hold on, everyone. No need to rush to your mics. E-scribe is just taking its time. And there we go. I think we're in.
Sorry, can I just, 1 second?
Yeah, take your time. Until we declare the vote, you can always click on the voting in progress section if you need to adjust your vote.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Just want to make sure, was this for consideration or third vote?
This is for consideration. Yeah, we are voting on consideration right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Vote is still open. Please continue to submit your votes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0.
Now move third reading.
Of?
Bylaw 21416.
Second.
Thank you very much. Please, and that was seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that, no, I'm gonna get, let's recall the vote. We're just gonna do that vote again. We're just gonna do that vote again.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-4. All right, next item of business is item 319-320, which is the MacArthur Industrial. I should check to, Councillor Rutherford, you selected. Do you wish to have a presentation? Excellent. Let's get the presentation then.
Thank you. This application proposes to rezone an approximately 1 hectare site in the MacArthur Industrial Neighborhood from the medium industrial, or IM, zone to the medium scale residential, or RM, H23 zone. An associated amendment to the Northwest District Plan is also proposed to facilitate this rezoning. Administration reached out to the public using a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's website. No public feedback was received. Next slide, please. The rezoning site is located in the northern edge of the MacArthur Industrial Neighborhood, surrounded by commercial uses. Currently, the site is vacant. The property to the west is commercial direct control zone that contains the Cineplex, cinema, and other commercial uses, while to the east is the CN rail line and the MacArthur supportive housing site. To the south is an office building for the Business Employment, or BE zone. The site is accessible by active modes and transit, with the nearest bus stop located within 220 meters. There's also a proposed district mass transit route along 137th Avenue that will further enhance accessibility. Next slide, please. The proposed medium-scale residential zone would allow for a range of multi-unit residential development up to a maximum height of 23 meters, which are not currently permitted under the current zoning rights. Next slide, please. Changes in zoning for this site are guided by the Northwest District Plan, the District Policy, and the City Plan. Within the Northwest District Plan, the site is identified as commercial industrial employment and is located within the 137th Avenue primary corridor. This prominent street is an important urban thoroughfare that connects to the Northgate District Node and Clairview Major Node. It functions as a commercial hub for surrounding communities. The commercial and industrial employment designation discourages residential uses except within nodes and corridors. Next slide, please. This portion of the MacArthur industrial area has developed with a predominantly commercial and residential built character. Despite this, the Northwest District Plan continues to designate the area as commercial industrial, which no longer reflects the existing land use patterns, site conditions, or realistic redevelopment potential. The proposed amendment to the Northwest District Plan addresses this misalignment and will better support future redevelopment in the area. The proposed amendment to the land use concept, Map 4, of the Northwest District Plan would change the land use designation from industrial commercial to urban mix for the rezoning site and the adjacent commercial area to the west. This amendment will facilitate the proposed rezoning and future redevelopment of the surrounding area. The proposed amendment to the large site designation on Map 4 will better align with realistic redevelopment potential and facilitate site integration, helping address challenges at the 137th Avenue and 142nd Street intersection as the surrounding sites redevelop. Next slide, please. Finally, the amendment to the nodes and corridors boundary map extends the 137th Avenue primary corridor boundary westward to St. Albert Trail, correcting a long-standing misalignment between the policy boundary and the existing commercial development footprint. Next slide, please. Administration recommends City Council approve this bylaw. It aligns with the statutory plans and is compatible with surrounding land use while allowing for the continued and orderly development of the MacArthur industrial neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is, we have one speaker to answer questions only. That's Raymond Sones. Oh, look, already there.
Yeah, I do have a presentation since it was selected.
Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead then.
Are my slides able to be?
Yeah, there we are.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Raymond Sones with Clarity Development Advisory on behalf of Nova Builders. Nova is a local firm here who has acquired this site, recognizing its potential given its location along the 137th Avenue primary corridor. Next slide, please. As administration has indicated, the site is at 13640 142nd Street Northwest in the MacArthur Industrial Neighborhood. It is currently vacant, has been for over 10 years, and it's approximately 1 hectare sitting within that primary corridor area. The surrounding context of the site is very important. To the west lies a major commercial node, including the Cineplex cinemas, restaurants, retail, fitness uses serving the broader northwest area of the city. To the south are office and employment uses of a variety of types. To the east is the CN rail right-of-way, and just beyond that is the Homeward Trust MacArthur Supportive Housing Site, which is a 6-story building approved in a very similar locational context. This site is not adjacent to low-rise homes. It's bordered by commercial, employment, and transit infrastructure. This makes it an optimal location for density, and one where compatibility questions that often arise with infill simply don't apply in the same way. Next slide, please. The proposed RMH23 zone permits multi-unit residential development up to 23 meters in height, which is approximately 6 stories, and a maximum floor area ratio of 3.0, as well as a minimum density of 75 dwellings per hectare. The zone also does allow limited ground floor commercial uses, which preserves flexibility as this corridor continues to change. Next slide, please. The mid-rise form is well suited to this context. The zone's built-for standards reinforce that specific fit. Surface parking is prohibited between the building and the street, and facade articulation is required to ensure the building presents actively to 142nd Street. This slide also reflects a neighborhood that has evolved well beyond its industrial designation, a point that the district plan amendment that's corresponding directly addresses. As you can see, within this area, there are a range of, despite its sort of industrial classification, the MacArthur industrial neighborhood is actually home to quite a range of community-based type uses, and I'll touch on that shortly. Next slide, please. Despite sitting directly adjacent to a primary corridor, the neighborhoods surrounding the site, including Wellington, Athlone, Pembina, and Calder, have no mid-rise or larger residential development, as far as we are aware, outside of the Homeward Trust project. The services that typically support this type of density are already here. Within close proximity, we have grocery, we have retail, restaurants, transit connections, and as well as the Wellington Park Community League just to the east, which is an active community league serving residents of the neighboring neighborhood. So our city plan does call for housing where services already exist, and they do exist here. What has been missing on a site like this in the primary corridor is housing to match. Next slide, please. This application is supported by city administration. It aligns with the city plan, the Northwest District Plan, and District Policy 2.4.6.1, which explicitly supports mid-rise development throughout primary corridors. The associated district plan amendment applies specifically to this site and the adjacent commercial area to the west. As I said, MacArthur Industrial, despite its name, has a remarkably community-oriented character. It's home to the Italian Cultural Center, the Hindu Society of Alberta, the Sikh Society of Alberta, Chrysalis, King of Lutheran Church, and a wide range of other similar uses. Designating this northern edge along the corridor as urban mix is a natural reflection of what the neighborhood has already become. This amendment does exactly that, nothing more. Approving these bylaws means a vacant, underutilized site becomes housing in a location that is well-served, well-connected, and home to the kinds of community organizations that make a neighborhood worth living in. We kindly ask for your approval, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions? Nope. Anyone else with questions? Yeah, Councillor Jans is, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just hesitant to, given our, when we think about highest and best use of land here, I'm hesitant to give up what could be a great industrial opportunity, given the location and all those other factors you shared. Could you share a little more about why you're not pursuing something else around the industrial opportunity?
So there's a few ways I can answer that. Number one, the site has been zoned industrial for a long time, medium industrial for a long time, and has not been developed in that way. Speaking to the market conditions there, typically we are seeing larger industrial sites locate in areas southeast of the city, for example. So that is one aspect here. It is also a very well-located site for both mixed use and residential development, given its proximity directly to some of those commercial uses within kind of a walkable proximity. I do see a lot of viability for residential here, and as I did mention, there are very, very limited higher density opportunities or medium density opportunities anywhere throughout this 137th Avenue stretch, despite its classification as a primary corridor. So I think that that's also important to note. Finally, that even the neighboring property directly to the south, it's a small credit union, for example. So that this area really, especially to the north side of the neighborhood, hasn't developed that sort of industrial focus. It's developed much more of a commercial and community focus with some industrial type uses tucked further to the south in the neighborhood. So this amendment is actually more reflective of what the existing nature of the site is and what's compatible here.
Right. So your position is basically that it was zoned in properly from the beginning?
Yeah, I would say there was a fair case to say that, you know, back in when the initial zoning back in the 70s or 80s may have come into place, that may have been considered appropriate, close to railway, etc. That just hasn't really come to be on this site or neighboring sites.
But we're seeing more industrial interest in a lot of other industrial partners in the parcels in the northwest.
Yeah, I mean, we have explored options on this site. None have been viable, and so that's the most I can speak to on this.
Okay, so that's the question. So if the zoning were not to be successful, what course of action would you be looking at?
If the zoning were not to be successful, I think we'd be needing to figure out whether it were viable to sell this to somebody looking to develop industrial on this site. That has been looked at previously. There have been substantial inquiries around residential development on the site and not industrial development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Hi. What about like just commercial, like further commercial development to sort of work in with the rest of the commercial development to the west there?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So actually we are next to that site, but we are somewhat disconnected. We're kind of at the back of it. So the way that the site is situated, we are off 137th, so not directly visible from 137th, so a little bit tucked away. So in terms of kind of commercial traffic or just kind of eyes on whatever businesses may be there, it's perhaps a little bit less appealing from that perspective. And then there is no real, for example, there are a range of commercial uses already on that site. It's a very large commercial site to the west, and along 137 there are various commercial sites. There is quite a substantial market there already, and we don't really see this being necessarily viable or of interest in the commercial market right now.
Okay, because 142nd runs right along it, right? So, I mean, that's got good access. You're just saying it's not visible from
yeah, 142nd is kind of it almost operates as a back road. It is busy, but it is not getting sort of the traffic, visibility, anything like that seen on 137th. Some of the larger commercial sites benefit from.
And right now, sort of what state is it in? I'm looking at on Google Maps. Are those encampments?
No,
no?
I don't believe there's any encampments there.
Okay.
There has been some garbage left on the site
okay,
over
so
time.
just
And yeah, so part of this process helps to hopefully clean some of that up and get the site into a better state. It was previously a landscape yard. I think that closed 12 or 13 years back. But yeah, since then, there has been no occupation of the site.
And, okay. I just think it is more appropriate to be commercial, because the residential is across the train track, so it doesn't really seem to fit in with the rest of the area there. I'll think on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for you. Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Rutherford does have questions. Go ahead.
Sorry, I have a letter here from CN because you are within what they would consider as their right-of-way of 300 meters from their rail line. And they're requesting in this letter that any purchase or lease of dwelling units include the caveat that with an awareness that basically CN can take that land back at any time to use for CN purposes.
Sorry, could you repeat? I don't have that letter. You're saying 300 meters from the rail line?
Yes, as of right by federal law.
So I'm not sure what exactly that would be. We do have a range of housing just to the east in even closer proximity to the rail line.
I'll just read it verbatim.
Okay.
This following clause should be inserted in all development agreements, offers to purchase, and agreements of purchase and sale or lease of each dwelling unit within 300 meters of the railway right-of-way. Warning, Canada National Railway Company or its assigns or successors in interest has or have a right-of-way within 300 meters from the land subject thereof. There may be alterations to their expansions of the railway facilities on such right-of-way in the future, including the possibility that the railway or its assigns or successors are aforesaid may expand its operations, which expansion may affect the living environment of the residents in the vicinity, notwithstanding the inclusion of any noise and vibration attenuation measures in the design of the development of the individual dwellings. CN Rail will not be responsible for any complaints or claims arising from use of such facilities and or operations on, over, or under the aforementioned rights of way.
Yeah, so effectively you're saying that CN is giving, we're asking for certain title rights to effectively any residential dwelling within a certain jurisdiction of the rail. Now, this is something that would be at their discretion to apply if they saw it being necessary in the future. The same way, for example, with the MacArthur housing site, they could effectively say the same thing.
They wanted it as a clause in the purchase agreements.
In the purchase agreements with whom?
Between, I'm guessing, the developer and any, like if you sell condominium, if you condominiumize it, and you were to sell a unit to an individual family, I think that what they're wanting to do is make sure that it's clear up front in those sales. And so I'm asking you as the applicant, is that something that you would consider? And if you had to put that in, would this still be desirable for development?
Yeah, I mean, that's a interesting question. I don't really have the answer. That's a unusual circumstance. Maybe administration can speak to it a little bit more. We do understand that we have a 30-meter setback set by CN that we will
The
work
30
with.
meters is related to the guidelines for new development in proximity to railroad operations, but CN is also making the claim, and this letter was actually sent to the file planner and CC'd to my office on April 24th, 2025, and makes no reference in this report. So I'll be asking administration about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jan.
I'm not sure if it was a point of order or what, but I can't find said letter in the package, so I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, so I think we've heard that the councillor will be asking about that because it's there was a reference to it being sent to the folks on file. So in their questions, they'll have a chance to ask about that, and administration will have a chance to respond. Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. We'll move on to questions of administration, and we'll start with Councillor Rutherford, who I imagine will ask about that. So
I'll start with that question then. So I have a letter here dated April 24th, 2025, that was sent to, and I'm not going to read the name of the file planner, but the assigned planner's name is on here with the file number from CN to the City of Edmonton. And I'm wondering why there's no mention of this or any reference to this letter or any of the concerns brought forward by CN in the report that is before us today.
Thank you, Councillor. Just 2 quick notes. I'm looking for reference of that because the file planner can't find that email. So I'm wondering if there might be a typo in the name because I don't have a record of that. That's why it isn't in the report. That being said, typically speaking, we're looking at a 30-meter buffer unless it's a freight rail yard. This was not flagged for that. I have CN down as a non-response, which is very typical of things like this. Again, to the south, within the last few months, we also had another one where we did get a response back. That was with a sensitive use that had a daycare as a potential on it, and we didn't have anything similar. It also makes me wonder if perhaps that there's a misunderstanding or perhaps someone who hadn't responded to a file before making that letter. So we can take that back and find that additional information for you, but I don't have an answer for you because I haven't seen that until now before in any of the files I've worked on next to rail lines.
I'm wondering if I could forward this email that I have with which was CC'd to administration. It can be shared also with council. And then we might postpone this item just to allow them to review it so that we can actually answer questions, because I would not be comfortable approving this without especially legal's assessment of some of those things that I asked about.
Absolutely. It's well in order to move to postpone, and I would ask that you forward it to the clerk's office, who can then circulate it as part of the overall piece. But yeah, it's acceptable to take a motion to postpone.
Yeah, I would just want to say that we want to go through council correspondence. So probably if you forward it to the clerks will make sure it goes on the record as council correspondence.
Exactly. Yeah.
And is there any issues legally with it having gone to the file planner and now it being on public record? Like CN didn't put it on public record necessarily. I'm already asking questions about it.
Yeah, it's already on the record. I appreciate that you read the whole thing out. I think that's great, but I think we should get it on the record as part of council correspondence so that not only administration and the rest of the decision makers, but also the applicant and anybody else has the opportunity to review the same material.
So I'll postpone this item to the end of the public hearing, just to give ample time for everybody to look at this and see kind of what went on there.
So
and
that's been moved to
send it.
Yeah, that's been moved to postpone to the end of the public hearing. Seconded by Councillor Jans. Any questions on that before we vote on it? Not seeing any. Please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So yes, so what we'll do in the meantime is Councillor Rutherford will forward that letter to the clerk's office, who will make sure it's circulated to all the appropriate people as part of the record, and that gives admin some chance to review that as there might be specific questions once that's been reviewed. Excellent. So we will continue on. That moves off 319 and 320 till the end of the agenda. Next, we're moving to item 3.21. which is the Calder item. There are speakers, and we'll just get everyone settled in, and so we'll take a presentation once everyone is settled in. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Calder neighborhood from the small-scale residential, or RS zone, to the small medium-scale transition, or RSM H12 zone. Next slide, please. The rezoning site is an interior lot located on 118th Street Northwest, a local road situated at the south of the Calder neighborhood. The site is primarily surrounded by small-scale residential development in various built forms, from single-detached housing to multi-unit housing. South of the site, 127th Avenue area is characterized by various commercial uses, including vehicle repairs and vehicle sales businesses. The site is also close to a number of amenities, such as an established commercial area on 129th Avenue, Calder Memorial Park, Calder Community League, and the Grand Trunk Fitness and Leisure Center. Transit services available along 129th Avenue. Active transportation routes are located near the site along 120th Street and 129th Avenue. At the June 9th, 2025 public hearing, the site immediately to the south was rezoned from small-scale residential, or RS, to the neighborhood commercial zone, CN, to the small-scale, I'm just going to take that one more time. It was rezoned from small-scale residential and neighborhood commercial to the small medium-scale transition residential zone, or RSM H12. If this rezoning application is successful, the applicant has indicated their intent to consolidate the subject site with the site to the south to develop multi-unit housing. Next slide, please. This site is also the location of a building known as the Oberg Block, which is listed on the Inventory of Historic Resources. Built in 1912, it is significant for its associations with early development of the Calder neighborhood and the nearby former Grand Trunk Pacific Railway line. Next slide, please. Public engagement for this application included mail notice, site signage, and information on the city's website. 3 responses were received. 1 comment in support of the proposal and 2 comments in opposition. Comments in opposition cited concerns with the excessive scale, insufficient parking, safety concerns with the existing building, and that the proposal is not aligned with district policy. Next slide, please. When compared with the RS zone, the proposed RSMH12 allows for the same range of uses, however, would allow for additional development intensity, including an increase in height from 10.5 to 12 meters, an increase in the maximum site coverage from 45 to 60%, an increase in the number of dwellings permitted, and a reduced front and rear setback requirement. Next slide, please. The site is within the Northwest District Plan in a redeveloping area of the city. This site is designated as urban mix, a land use category which provides opportunities for a mix of housing types. District Policy 2.5.2.5 provides direction for where more intense small-scale residential development, such as RSMH12, is to be supported outside of nodes and corridors. Specifically, this policy directs support for this form of development to corner sites with specific locational criteria. Since the subject site is an interior lot, district policy does not support RSMH12 at this location. Furthermore, the site does not satisfy any of the additional locational criteria stated within the policy. Next slide, please. Administration does not recommend supporting the application because the proposal does not align with district policy for more intense small-scale residential development and that it is not located within a node or corridor identified in the Northwest District Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to our speaker in favor. We have 1 speaker in favor, Aman Hamid. I think they are remote. I see that. Please go ahead.
Yes. I have a presentation. I'm not sure if that was shared.
There
yes,
it is.
Perfect.
Yep. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I will just go to the 3rd slide. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for your time. As we heard from City Administration, they are not in support of this rezoning. They reviewed the application in detail, and of course, it does not recommend the approval of bylaw 21419 in relation to the district plan, as it's not located in a node or corridor identified in the Northwest District Plan. Its compatibility does not align with the district policy as far as a intensification with small-scale residential development. And a technical review was completed as far as like not having a storm service setup, so we will require some upgrades related to the site. Next slide, please. One of our rationales as far as why we pursued this was the elimination of known hazards. The existing building on the site known as the Oberg building has been identified in the community as a problem property associated with public safety concerns. And for context, there was a homicide in the immediate vicinity in mid 2024. We believe, the property owner believes the redevelopment is a solution to provide additional support to the community, allow for redevelopment as a means to resolve the longstanding safety issues, and rezoning to small, medium scale with a height modifier of 12 facilitates the removal of the current structure and replaces it with more modern, secure residential units. And the immediate neighborhood context, as mentioned by City Administration on June 9th, 2025, the immediate 2 lots to the south were approved for the exact same RSMH12 zone for the property immediately to the south. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the subject site is an interior lot, approximately 0.04 hectares, located in the southern portion of the Calder neighborhood. Its surrounding land use is primarily small-scale residential, including primarily single detached and a few multi-unit housing. The connectivity is on 118th Street, a local road, and it's approximately 1 kilometer east of 127th Street, which is a secondary corridor. Local bus services are available nearby on 129th Avenue. And as mentioned, there are local amenities such as the Calder Memorial Park, Calder Community League, the Grand Trunk Fitness and Leisure Center, and the established commercial area on 129th Avenue. Next slide, please. Why we believe this rezoning matters. More importantly, the pressing matter for this community is public safety. The current property, as mentioned, is identified as a problem property with ongoing safety concerns. Redevelopment will allow us to bring a modern, regulated residential building and will help to eliminate many of these hazards. More importantly, the neighborhood consistency. The plan is, as mentioned by city administration, if we do get this approval today, we would amalgamate the two southern lots with this one, as we currently have a development permit submitted for the two southern lots to bring 33 units. And if we were to get this approval, we would then amalgamate the 3 lots together to increase the density, to essentially provide affordable housing in all of the units. So the plan is to make an affordable housing development for all X amount of units. As of right now, it's 33, but if we get this approval, then it'll increase. So the goal is to essentially develop for the community and for those that are looking for more affordable housing options. Next slide, please. In summary, we believe it is a catalyst for community revitalization. It approves rezoning. Approving this rezoning facilitates the replacement of a long-standing problem property with new high-quality housing, directly corresponding or responding to the community safety concerns and recent criminal activity in this immediate area. Strategic density, we believe the shift to RSM H12 supports the city goals of 50% of net new units through infill, providing a modest and compatible increase in height and a site coverage that mirrors the newly approved zoning to the property to the south. And precedents, again, recently City Council approved the same transition zone in the neighboring lot, granting the application would prevent obviously a zoning island to ensure consistency, predictability, and development patterns along 118th Street Northwest. And we did connect with Heritage to determine if it would be possible to maintain the Oberg building, but just due to the structural condition of the site, we've estimated from a general contractor that it would cost us $1.5 million to improve and bring the current state of the building to something that is more modern and livable. So that's the situation that we're in currently. I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see if there are questions. Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions? No? I'll see if anyone else has questions once the board comes off. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, really good. Just a couple questions. So if you get this rezoning and you've got next door, what's the total unit count, you think?
Potentially up to 50. It really depends on the size of the units, but as of right now, the 2 lots that we have approved to the south of it, we have a development permit that's pending for 33 units. So give or take, we may be able to add an additional 10 to 15, but it would be 50 or less potentially as per the property owner.
Okay, thank you. And what about parking?
So there is parking through the alley at the moment. So there is a detached garage with the Oberg building. I believe it's a double car garage. So there would be, like currently with the 2 properties to the south, there's 4 stalls with the immediate property. And then there's another bit of parking. It's a single detached family house. That's the first interior lot. So once we demolish it, we would put all the parking alongside the rear entry, along the alleyway. And of course, there's street side parking, but parking would be a focal point for this development because of the number of units that this project is proposing or would propose.
And just last question, yeah, the building's in pretty rough shape. Do you plan to keep any of the heritage elements? Can you keep any of the heritage?
We would keep the name, but unfortunately, the building itself, being that it's been built since 1912, we've had a few different parties look at it, from remediation to upgrading to uplifting. We had an extensive meeting with David Johnson with Heritage. Unfortunately, it's in very, very rough shape. And like I took some pictures yesterday because we have an application to demolish the building, and they were looking for pictures from the inside. And when I took a look at the spot, I don't think it would be conducive for anybody to live in that building. There's exposed walls, there's insulation, there's mold and a bunch of other things. And I'm not sure about the asbestos. We're waiting on the test, but at this point, like we tried, we did to absolutely like look into the grant that is available through Heritage, but the contracts that were being proposed to us, we're spending well over $1 million just to be able to qualify for that grant. So from a business model or a fiscal point of view, it just doesn't make sense to keep this building versus demolishing it and building something that is more modern and obviously more suited for the neighborhood and obviously for the next 50 years that are to come.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Just a few quick, a few quick questions. So just looking at the current building on site, and I might ask this to administration, but based on what I can see from street view, it doesn't look like it's conforming even with the RS zone in terms of setbacks. Just trying to get an understanding of sort of the current built form and what would be required under RSM H12. I think would there be greater setbacks?
It's slightly less from my understanding of what we're proposing. With the current RS zone, we're reducing the setback.
But just in terms of the actual structure that's on
So
site
the
right
actual structure, yeah, that might be a question better suited for city administration.
Sure. Okay. And then just to the 2 points that you raised around rationale, I appreciated the point around public safety mitigation and the fact that there's a problem property on the site right now. I mean, theoretically, that could be redeveloped under the existing zoning. But I'm trying to understand what about the proposed zone might make that more viable?
More so because the current property owner owns all 3 lots. And so from a conformity point of view, and ultimately from a cash dollar point of view, like for their investment, it would make sense for them to be able to make one essentially building or potentially like an L-shaped building that the design is still kind of like being figured out if we get this approval. But from a conformity point of view and from the elements of what we have heard from the community, it would be better suited if we were to be provided this approval, because then it would allow us to have one essentially big lot that has this affordable housing development that would then essentially cater to the immediate needs of the residents that are currently living in those buildings.
Okay.
And more importantly, I think it's kind of like all the discussions that we've had from this session and all the previous ones, having a 2 or 3 or 4 story building right beside a single family. It's just the visual test, you can say. So from that point of view, we believe if we were to be given this approval, then it would really help us not only design it for something that is for the immediate or for the long term, as this neighborhood and as Calder as an overall area gets redeveloped. This could essentially be one of the first or one of the few projects that would essentially guide that future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that answer, and thanks for clarifying. It's really about the opportunity to consolidate and amalgamate the sites. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to, so you said, so the site is currently a problem property, listed under that. Sorry, how long has the owner had this site for?
They have purchased this just over in the net. I believe it's just been about a year. And prior to that, the previous owner, I believe they've owned it for a number of years. This current owner, I believe they purchased it sometime in May so just coming on a year.
Okay. Have they, it's probably not a relevant land use question. Okay. No, I'll be out of order. Okay.
Okay.
I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So you talk about, you want to consolidate a couple of the lots, the 3 lots that he owns?
So 2 of the lots that are immediately to the south of this, they're already consolidated and owned by the current owner of this property. Their plan is if we were to get this approval, they would consolidate this one into the 2 that are already. So it'd be 3 lots into 1 essentially.
So then you would be coming back for rezoning for a larger?
We wouldn't, no, because the 2 that are already rezoned are already zoned RSM H12. So this is the one that's outlined. So we would have all 3 lots underneath the same zone. We would just be consolidating it, and then we would be able to redesign or revise our current development permit that's in review at the moment.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for, and sorry. And then the other properties, do they, I'm just looking at the map. The other properties are to the south of this one?
Yeah, so it's to the immediate south. So like the two properties abutting this. So like the one, it's essentially next door neighbors. Like there's two properties that are next door neighbors to us.
So the one then that's right then there's another one further to the south that's right
Yeah,
on
so
127th corridor.
yeah, exactly. So one of them is almost like a townhome, like it's like a horizontal townhome, and then one is a single family. So we've already rezoned those. We've already consolidated those, and we've submitted a demolition permit for them. So this is essentially the last lot that we're looking to rezone, and then also consolidate, and then demolish, and then revise our development permit that we have currently to then increase the number of units, and then of course adjust our parking plan and everything else that goes with that.
Okay, and are other sites in the neighborhood doing sort of the same thing as well? Is there any other?
I can't speak for the greater neighborhood, but I do know there has been some development in Calder. Like I was driving there the other day, just yesterday, and there was it looks like somebody had purchased a couple of lots, demolished it, and built something like row homes or duplexes along those lines. So there, I know there is an appetite, but again, whether it's 97th Street, 118th, Calder, I hate to say it, but these are not the most ideal locations for investors, and to redevelop in these neighborhoods. It's typically those that have either owned property for X amount of years or see a value in it from the long-term point of view. And so I know with this property owner, they have already spoken with the City of Edmonton's Affordable Housing Department as far as making this entire development affordable housing. So not like a 20% number. He wants to make the entire thing affordable housing. So the goal is, while we already have a 33-unit development permit submitted and it's under review, we would be more than willing, if we get this approval, to revise that so that we can then include the additional units with this Oberg building being a part of it. And then as far as giving back to the community, the property owner is willing to, or is very encouraged to, essentially name the new development the Oberg building, so that that historical connection can maintain itself as far as this potential project.
Okay, thank you very much for the extra, or for that.
Thank you.
Clarification.
Thank you. There's no further questions for you. So next we'll move to our, we have one speaker registered in opposition. I believe they're online. Speaker Jesse Watson, please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. Hey, I'm Jesse Watson. I want to speak to some core issues here. I think it's a little bit of fait accompli, but I think it's important to have it on the record. So first, yeah, it's historic. This is a historically significant property in Calder's history. It's on the inventory, which means it can be designated. This is especially at a time when our heritage stock continues to shrink, particularly over the last 5 to 10 years. We should be moving forward with designation, not demolition, and in my opinion, against the owner's will, and I'll explain why. We cannot continue losing pieces of our past and call that good planning. The second issue, and I think the fundamental one missed through this whole presentation, is a term called demolition by neglect. So as the applicant described, it's a problem property, but that's, I would argue, part of the City of Edmonton's own issue. So for nearly a decade, this property's deteriorated significantly, fair. What we're seeing is consistent with what's commonly described as demolition by neglect, where long-term deterioration becomes a justification for demolition. So residents have lived beside this property with boarded up windows, repeated police presence, emergency responses, and ongoing safety concerns caused by the landlord. So I raised concerns about this property 5 years ago to the current ward councillor, and today the condition's worse. And I challenged the city on why we permit property owners like this, similar to Chinatown, which I brought up, just last week, to go into a state of disrepair and have residents living inside. When maintenance bylaws are not enforced consistently, deterioration becomes normalized, and that honestly erodes trust in the system and trust in the faith of Edmonton's ability to manage these property owners. More importantly, we must consider the precedent we're setting. If a property owner allows a historic structure to decline into derelict condition, and that outcome is demolition plus additional development rights, what message are we actually sending? Neglect should not become a pathway to entitlement. Upzoning is a privilege. It should not follow prolonged deterioration and bylaw non-compliance. That is unfair to the surrounding community who's lived with the impacts of this landowner for years. We talk frequently at this table about safety, yet this building has presented safety concerns for a decade. before granting additional permissions, we should be asking why enforcement failed and how we prevent this cycle of neglect and landlord negligence from repeating. So I'm going to close with simple points. Move forward with the heritage designation against the owner's will, in my opinion. Enforce existing bylaws and ensure safety for occupants and neighbors. This is a right that we all have as citizens, and we should never let landlords treat properties in such a state. We should, ensure planning reports actually reflect current state. Just a comment that the report actually has outdated photos, and do not reward long-term neglect with additional entitlements of upzoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll see if there are any questions for our speaker. I don't see anyone, so thank you very much. With no further questions, so now we'll move on to questions of our administration. And again, selected by Councillor Rutherford. Please go ahead if you have questions for administration.
Yeah, I understand. I don't know if I understand. I have questions, but I feel like we're having deja vu to the June item in 2025 for the adjacent parcels. And so that's why, we didn't really get it at that point. We had a long other item that took up a bunch of the agenda. We got to this one, we wanted to pass it. We didn't really get to kind of unpack, why we supported and non-support. And so here we are again. Is there anything that you would consider different about this parcel than the two parcels adjacent in terms of your non-support?
I think it's important to note that it was approximately 3 weeks after that was a non-support that council actually further tightened the rules to further restrict where RSM was going to be allowed. So it wasn't allowed it wouldn't have been contemplated or supported under the previous policy, nor is it contemplated under the current policy. And I do believe that policy is about to be tightened again, potentially in April, depending on the will of council. And so I think in this case, the policy is quite clear, and I think that while context matters, there are many locations where we could consider additional things, and I think that moving forward, the policy for RM will potentially consider those, but RSM is pretty clearly indicated where we would like to see that accepted through policy means.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that, and I'm sure if we'd had the ability, you would have mentioned many of those same things in the last conversation we had in June. And I know that for me, one of the drivers for supporting last time, and I see very much parallels, was the safety considerations. And they are, I just looked, they both are other residential, so they are classified under the Problem Properties Initiative. But it's actually both this one and the previous one, so I don't know if they're just on that designation until such time as they're redeveloped. Is that correct?
Or demolished, I think would also qualify that.
Okay.
And they are able to redevelop the site without the rezoning, councillor, as well. They do have existing development rights under the RS zone.
Yes, that's right.
Where they could bring this into compliance through those means as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to hear from some of the questions from my other colleagues. I would, I guess, just ask, just again, as we're in the public hearing, some of one of the speaker opposed mentioned, about holding landlords accountable. We have very limited jurisdiction over landlords and how they operate their businesses, is my understanding correct, I guess, to Mr. Pollack?
Generally, that's guided by the Provincial Residence Tenancy Act. There are pieces around business licensing if you own and operate 4 units or more, and other safety considerations that could be considered as you move forward in certain circumstances.
So how do we regulate that with business licenses for for larger units? How do we make sure that we're not allowing them to do, or like, as was suggested by the speaker?
So I think there's broad ranges in terms of how a owner can operate their units. There have been instances where there's additional safety measures put in place due to business license reviews under severe circumstances.
But it does require like going through the courts, doing all of those things.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just wanting, first, I will confess I was surprised that this building was still on the inventory, just given the significant exterior alterations that have removed many of the original features. Do we have any insights on that?
Only that those can be, again, reinstilled if you're doing any significant renovations on site. Those are aspects of it that could be brought back into the public-facing realm through those.
Yeah, because I was looking into another property recently and had been told that it just wouldn't be eligible because of the exterior alterations. I had understood that they were typically focused on preserving features that were still there rather than sort of that reconstruction piece. Okay, and then just in terms of, my understanding is that we do have the ability to designate without the consent of the property owner. Can you refresh my memory? I believe that comes at a cost.
I am not familiar with how to do it without the consent of the owner. I'd have to get some help on that.
Yeah, so typically that's, I hate to whisper the word in the chamber, but it's done sort of like similar to an expropriation, I would say. That's how the costs are typically developed.
Okay.
For things like that.
Okay, and my recollection is that we don't like to use that word in chamber because it's the most expensive way to acquire land.
Correct.
Okay. Maybe just a little bit more. Really appreciate where administration is coming from and the recommendation in front of us. I'm just thinking about, in some of the conversations we had around RSM, I think my memory is that we did talk about the opportunity with, larger consolidated lots, those being a bit distinct from a standalone parcel. Is that sort of a general consideration to look at, even if it didn't weigh all the way for administration here? Is that something to consider?
It's something to consider, but again, one of the primary is the corner lot, and it's still missing the corner lot aspect of that.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. And again, remind me, the corner is a non-residential use?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. And again, sort of thinking of that transition, what can you remind me of the maximum height on that corner lot?
Oh, for CN, I believe it's 16 as well.
16, and then this would be 12.
Sorry, I'm just pulling it
No,
up.
that's okay.
It's 12.
It's 12. Okay, and so it's comparable to this, and then find that transition. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. Yeah, similar question just around how we're thinking about opportunities for consolidation. My recollection was, and I might be wrong, that a motion was previously passed around contemplation of mid-block consolidations, and it wasn't necessarily tied to corners. And does that?
Just for clarification, are you speaking about the upcoming amendments that haven't yet been tabled for?
Well, I'm talking about what drove some of those conversations initially. Is my recollection correct? It was around like a mid-block rezoning. They came forward, and then there was discussion about this might be contextually different if it was a consolidated mid-block as opposed to a corner.
Some of the conversations were around that RS is enough, and that there's a lot of opportunity for development in the RS zone itself. Some of the conversations was about like where do we want to drive the density to our nodes and corridors. In terms of the mid-block, that was not, from what I recall, reflected in the motion nor the outcomes of the urban planning committee discussion recently.
Councillor, just to add some of that context around the RSM conversation and the district plans proposed amendments that are moving forward to April. Part of around the nodes and corridors conversations around that RSM was some of those mid-block considerations that came forward in terms of being not necessarily directly on the corridor, but some of those transition zones, we'd probably call it, in terms of where and how that height placement is appropriate. I think in this context, what we are recommending is that alignment with policy, but we definitely see there are other considerations in the neighborhood.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I had asked a question to the speaker in favor just around the current building that's on site. I'm just trying to get a sense of from what I see, it doesn't necessarily look like it's conforming with what we would expect of an RS zone today. Can you talk me through current building versus what would be allowed under the proposed zoning in terms of setbacks?
Yeah, there's a mechanism in place for legal non-conforming buildings. So a lot of buildings have existed prior to whatever changes that we continually make as we update the zoning bylaw. So while the use of this is conforming, it is residential in nature, the building itself is legal non-conforming, and it would be able to exist so long as it remained. Once it's been demolished, it would be expected to follow the new development regulations for the RS zone.
And with the current legal non-conforming structure, in terms of impact for the adjacent neighbor, for example, it seems like the current building is already butting up pretty close to that property. Under the proposed zone, would that setback be greater than what is currently present?
Yes, it is currently a 0 in terms of the side lot line.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you. So just so we're clear, so if we don't approve this, and the developer, he's got the 2 lots next to it, so he's going to do what he does, build those out to our 12, right? But this one would stay RS, but they can still demolish it and then redevelop it and put up to 8 units, correct?
So, because it's an interior lot, I'd
or
have to
it's
look
a
at the
little bit
size
smaller.
of it. Yeah, sorry.
So maybe 6 or 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so just, so
So
nothing
they'd still have the
stops
full
them.
development rights under the RS as per their lot size.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
And I'm sorry if I could just use your tiny time to say I got my wires crossed. The southern site is 16 meters in height, but it's a BE, not CN, which is where I was. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions. Now I'll go to see if members of council have any questions related to new information that has arisen during the public hearing. Any new information? I'll look, and this is to either administration or to our speakers. And I think there is going to be a question related to new information. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just to the applicant. Why haven't you demolished why, I'm trying to figure out how to word this so that I'm similar to the mayor, to keep it within land use. Why would you not want to just demolish and redevelop within the RS zone context for this site? And if it remained RS, could there still be integration with the adjacent parcel?
There's currently tenants in the unit, so we were wanting to kind of get some direction from the city of Edmonton where we are today, just because obviously it's been delayed a couple of times. And then 2, because it's an interior lot, we're maxed out to 6 units, so that does impact the overall site as far as like how we can develop it. And as far as like a design, it would probably, as far as the integration, if you were to leave it like this at the zone, it would, again, from the visual eye, okay, like it may not be one big building or one building that's connected to everything. So that's one of the reasons. But the number, you can say the primary reason that the current property owner, and correct me, he bought this building December 2025, so just about 4 months, and the previous owner has owned it for about 20 years. So their intention has always been consolidating these 3 lots together, have one zone where you can then have a lot more flexibility as far as like the look and feel of a building, whether that's one big building, whether that's an L-shaped building, whether that's potentially two buildings. That'll allow them a better design principle if there's just one consistent zone, one setback, one park, like obviously parking regulations are one thing, but it'll allow more conformity with the architectural designs and everything else if it's just one zone versus having to design for an RMH 12 for the other two, and then having to design to the conformities of a small scale residential zone. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions related to new information. At this point, be able to take a motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll move closure of the public hearing on this item.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on this item.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Is there a motion for first reading?
Yeah, I'll move first reading on this item.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Anyone wishing to speak to first reading on this item, please click on. Not through. That was just. Oh, maybe. I heard a sure to my left. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead first.
Yeah, just briefly, really appreciated the conversation today, and wanted to take a moment to speak to why I am comfortable supporting this. First, I can absolutely appreciate administration's recommendation, can see where they're coming from a policy perspective. I think for me, in this case, context really does matter. And the big factor for me is the opportunity for amalgamation and consolidation of these three sites. When I think about the potential design outcomes and the consistency and buildability that comes from a consolidation, I do think that that's an important factor to consider here. So at this time, given that understanding, I'm comfortable moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is kind of unique circumstance context. I appreciate Min coming back with not approval on the historical one. And as much as I'd love to keep this old building, it's in pretty rough shape, and I don't know if there's any way to really do that in a good way. And I don't love that this is mid-block and we'd be upzoning it, but with the other two lots next to it already done, this building's going to go anyways, and there's probably a better chance that it's something for the community with units and parking. It fits in better if it's all if it's all amalgamated together than if it was by itself and knocked down and turned into something. So that's where I'm at on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Yeah, thank you. Similarly, it's different. I think I look at the context on this. If this was mid-block beside a residential zone on that corner on 127th Ave, I might look at this different. It's not. It's beside a business employment, which allows for essentially a greater overall impact in a built form. I appreciate the idea of the consolidation. That is something that is important. I hear and I take Councillor Salvador's point about the current built form, which is literally zero setback on the property line, which is an exceptionally rare circumstance. And therefore, in fact, the impact, whether it's the RS or even this proposed zone at RSM H12, I would actually argue is probably a lower overall impact to the neighboring property than what the current structure is. You know, I love the idea. I wish as a city, we already have the most generous heritage grant of pretty much every major city across this country. And as we heard, the idea and the challenge of designating property heritage against the owner's wishes is you essentially have to pay the maximum value of built form for that. And so from a financial perspective, we already offer a very generous grant, and I wish more people would take it up. It's tough, but actually going against the wishes of a landowner and designated it would have to be used in very exceptional circumstances, and I don't view this as one of those exceptional circumstances to spend that kind of money at a time where we do have limited financial resources and we are in the process of trying to consolidate. I'd rather use the existing money we have to further try to get more sites that are in better condition to designate and then use that grant to make sure that they can stay in that place. But because of the lot consolidation, in terms of what it's beside here, I'm willing to support this rezoning. And so I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I don't know if I have too much to add or too many people to convince on this one. I do support this rezoning, even with administration's non-support, and I do want to acknowledge that, I'm probably more of an outlier because I didn't want to tighten the RSM in the district plan, that district policy further, so I lean towards more permission. But I think about even in this neighborhood, we approved a 5-story, just literally up the block on 129th Avenue recently. It was the same time that I did the subsequent related to the historical acknowledgement of that road, right of way. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, we have significant problem properties between this parcel and the parcels adjacent, and development is going to be better than none, and we have a developer willing to do this right away. I can't miss that opportunity for the community to have a better option here. I agree with the fact that the massing on this one is less concerning to me because of the fact that what currently exists is non-conforming and already above, the height and the setbacks and all of those things. So I don't think visually it would have that impact by adding this lot to that consolidation. And I agree that from a context perspective, we've been talking about the RSM mid-blocks. It's kind of like you imagine just plunking something in the middle of the block. Yeah, this would not fit. But this is, not only a business employment zone, then an alley entrance, which we've talked about how even that in itself can be context in terms of how it works more like a corner lot then. And then you have the now consolidated 2 lots that will now potentially, based on what happens today, 3 lots. It allows for more ability to do things like parking accommodation on the property site and things like that. I think my council colleague, Councillor Clark, hit it on the head, right? Like if this is left, then it could really limit what they can do, even in terms of like parking, on-site parking options for the residents of that area. So I think this is the best path forward for addressing several things all at once and bringing the much needed safety concerns under address through this process. So that is why I am supporting it, and then I look forward to the further conversation we're going to have in April on the RSM piece.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
Councillor Principe is no.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 11-1. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading.
Second reading moved, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on second reading.
Councillor Principe is no.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-1. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. And Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21419.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on third and final reading, please.
Councillor Prince pays no.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-1. Okay, we're going to keep going. So again, just for reference, we have postponed items 319 and 320, which was the MacArthur Industrial, to the end of the agenda. So now we will be starting the top of the items selected for debate from this agenda. The first will be the Griesbach item. Next will be the alley item for Calder and Kensington, following Queen Alexandra, and then the Matson items, 309, 310, and then we'll move back around to 319, 320. So we are on the Griesbach item, which is item 3.2, and we should check with the ward councillor. Would you like a presentation? Yep, excellent. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you kindly. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Griesbach neighborhood from the Griesbach low-rise apartment, or GLRA, to the Griesbach medium-rise apartment, or GMRA zone, to allow for a range of medium-scale, multi-unit housing. Through public engagement, received no responses for this application at the time of writing of the report. There have been a few council correspondences since then. Next slide, please. The 2.2 hectare corner site is located at the intersection of Griesbach Road and Sir Arthur Currie Way, both of which are collector roads. The site is surrounded by Griesbach Central Park to the west and south, as well as having Maple Leaf Park and Major General Griesbach School, which is K-9, located across the street to the east. This property is serviced by transit with a bus stop immediately abutting the site along Sir Arthur Currie Way, which connects the Northgate and Castledown transit centers. Next slide, please. Similar to the current zone, the proposed zone provides for a range of medium-scale housing, as well as commercial uses at ground floor level. The proposed GMRA zone is compatible for the site, given it's predominantly bordered by open space and complements the mix of uses, both existing and planned, surrounding the subject site. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning supports increased density and housing choices close to existing and planned mass transit routes and stations. The site is located within the medium-density residential area of the Griesbach NASP, which calls for a mix of housing forms and scales that enable housing choice for Edmontonians of different ages and stages of life. Next slide, please. Griesbach Road, from east of Dallas Schmidt Drive to Sir Arthur Currie Way, will be upgraded to a collector roadway standard with this development. The roadway will include a shared pathway and traffic calming at the intersection of Sir Arthur Currie Way and the future active mode crossing at Dallas Schmidt Drive. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it is compatible with surrounding existing and planned land uses and supports the implementation of the Griesbach NASP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go to see if anyone has questions for our speakers in favor. All three speakers were registered to answer questions only. Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions? Yes, you do. Please go ahead.
Sorry, where are they? They're all up
They're all remote. Sorry, I guess
okay.
I guess I should do a quick double check. Om Joshi, I see. Angeli. Yeah. Yes, you got to mute yourself there, Om, as well, just to get yourself back on the.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Thank you. Yep, please. You can mute yourself now. And let's see. Yep, I see our other speakers. Angeli is here.
Hello.
And the other third speaker from Canada Lands was Elisa Campbell.
I don't think she'll be joining us today after all.
Okay, no problem. Well, we've got two of the three, and so Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Okay, I think I'll go to Angeli. You know, one of the things that I hear about a lot from residents in Griesbach, especially in some of the first phases of the build out of this neighborhood, was that the original NSP envisioned, and many were told, that there would be no heights over 4 stories in the neighborhood. Is this ringing a bell to you? In the original concept of from Canada Lands?
I don't know that that was ever as far as I'm aware, I don't think that was stated in any place. I think the Greenspa NASP has always had medium density housing. I think obviously over time, the building code used to sort of unofficially cap that at 4 stories, but in today's world, people are building to 6.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely recall this conversation in the context of a few of the rezoning decisions on the corners, which made a lot of sense, like around 97th Street and 136th, and same with over on Castle Downs Road and 136, where we did put rezonings to 6 stories, but they were still on sort of arterial roads. This seems to be the first one that is like right in the center of the community. So again, I'm wondering why 6 over 4?
Would it be okay if I just gave a little bit of background on what we're planning for this site, Councillor Rutherford?
Absolutely, that would be great.
Sure. So for those of you who don't know, Canada Lands Company is a federal crown corporation. And historically, we purchased surplus land from the federal government, like the old Greenspa base, and then we redevelop it into communities. Our model historically has been to act as a land developer and then sell those parcels to private builders. More recently, the Government of Canada has tabled legislation to create Build Canada Homes, BCH, as a new crown corporation. And our work as Canada Lands Company is going to be integrated with that. And so one of the key mandates of the federal government and BCH is to deliver housing faster on federal lands. And to support that, Canada Lands Company will be redeveloping the site ourselves. So the project that we're proposing is a multifamily building that includes 60% market housing, but also 40% affordable housing. And approval of this rezoning will really help support the delivery of that housing. So that's just sort of the general background on it. In terms of the specific location, it is entirely surrounded by parks. It is across from the school. It's on a collector road. There's a bus stop right there. It is in close proximity to 97th Street, which is a planned BRT route. There is no adjacent low density that is intended to be there long term. And yeah, there's very little sort of immediate impact to any neighbors.
Have you heard, because you've been at we've seen each other many a times at many a Greenspa AGM, because Canada Land still has quite a role there. I definitely have heard concerns already about the traffic capacity on Sir Arthur Currie. Have you heard any of those same concerns?
I have not heard any concerns specifically about Sir Arthur Currie. I guess I should just want to point out that this rezoning is compatible with the existing plan. And of course, as part of a larger NASP amendment that we're working on, separate from this application, we have completed a TIA to ensure that there's adequate capacity in the overall network.
Are there any contemplated rezonings by Canada Lands that are coming forward for the area that was just approved with the neighborhood structure plan amendment?
So yes, as we develop stages of the NASP area, the northeast corner, we will be coming forward with rezonings, and those rezonings should be in alignment with the NASP.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing no further questions, we can move on to questions of administration. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah. Can you remind me, and I really like that parcel to the north across Greenspa Road Northwest is proposed to be developed medium density, is it not?
That's correct.
In the NSP, so it just says medium density, it doesn't have it, don't we do the zones at the same time as the NSP, or did we not do the zones?
We did a plan amendment.
Okay.
The last time this came forward, there has been no rezoning in the area.
So as they progress, they'll come forward, but a medium density for that area, just directly to the south, could in fact be 6-story as well. So it wouldn't, I'm just trying to get like a visual of what this will look like on.
Sorry, do you mean to the north? This one is the one
Yes,
to the
sorry,
south.
to the
Okay,
north.
sorry,
I mean,
just
no,
wanted to
don't,
check.
please don't develop the community garden to the south, to the north. People would, or south, people would riot. They love that garden.
We don't have an application for what the site to the north would be, but it would comply with the medium density.
But the NSP does say medium.
Yes.
It does, and then is there like a Waldorf, or am I saying that right? Woofdorf, a shared use, like non-vehicular.
A Woonerf?
Thank you for saving me from myself. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, and so you're asking?
Like, isn't that just adjacent to this site too? Like in that proposed in the NSP that we approved?
In the approved NSP, I think you're right. Let me just confirm
Because I just,
that in a
it's supposed to be like a bit of a community hub, and there's going to
Correct.
be activation. So I'm just trying to imagine, like, I'm just trying to get a full scope visual of this area build out in my mind.
Yes, and now as you mentioned, yes, there is, because then that provides strong connectivity to the south, to the larger park and everything south of Grease Bar Road as well.
Okay. Was there recently engagement, though, on amendments to that NSP? To the NSP?
There are currently some refinements happening in the northeast, and they're being done comprehensively in that whole pocket. This site is
Separate,
south
I
of,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, I know it's separate, but I think it's one of the things I'm struggling with, specifically with Grease Spa, which is unique from any other, is just the sheer, like, when we look at the NSP population projection on full build out, it's significant, right? Do you remember what that number is?
I don't remember the exact number, but I can find out, Councillor.
Yeah, it is very significant, and I, off the top of my head, I want to say in the order of magnitude of like 13,000.
I believe it was on par with the density requirements of about 40 units per hectare. I can confirm that number,
Yeah,
though.
just if you can. So what I'm starting to find with Grease Spa, and it's not, again, this is where it's like kind of similar to the one we had with the McEwen item, where it's like it's not necessarily the issue of this particular rezoning or this particular development, but some of the cumulativeness over time, where by parcel nothing is an issue, but over time, what's the issue that is accumulating collectively? And I'm seeing real, like, pinch points around traffic, around, even garbage and use of parks and maintenance of that garbage. And a lot of those things that, as we have this really dense neighborhood, I'm very worried about the capacity of this neighborhood to do that in isolation, even on some of those arterial roads surrounding and into and out of Grease Spa. Can you speak to that?
I'll give you the numbers first. Just there's 15,000 people
15,000,
anticipated. Yeah, and
yeah.
that's just over 6,000 units that we're anticipating. And again, this development is one of those pieces that's already included in that projection in terms of the medium density.
So it doesn't
nature of
change the
site.
projection?
So we're rezoning it in alignment with the existing plan where those stats are drawn from. Yeah, and I can let Faisal add to that for the transportation.
Yes, and I'll add the same to that it was all contemplated when we brought forward the larger NASP amendment in 2024, and we know what the ultimate improvements are needed along the roadways. This doesn't really change a lot in terms of the peak hour volumes as well. This is a minor change.
I'm gonna need another round.
No problem.
I'll move another round.
Second.
I've had that moved by Councillor Stevenson, second by Councillor Wright. Please vote on another round.
Councillor Prince Pace, yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead with your next round.
Sorry, so I think what I'm trying to articulate and not doing a very good job of, again, I recognize this one particular rezoning is not the impact on any of those things in isolation. So like, we're all on the same page there.
Yes, and again, the units are still coming in at 39 units per net residential hectare. So in terms of the density, this isn't blowing away the city plan targets or anything like that in terms of density. This is a dense neighborhood. This is a good neighborhood. It's well designed and meant to accommodate that level of density. And as we bring forward those amendments, those considerations will remain,
Yeah.
whether it be a balance or whether it be, you know, tweaking different pieces.
But
That's
the
part of
problem is
analysis.
that Grease Spa is like, this level of density is like the same as current population of downtown Edmonton. And like when it's at full build out, and it's in isolation from there's no other dense neighborhoods around it. So the challenge with that is that unlike neighborhoods in the south or the southwest, southeast, where you have all of these neighborhoods that are sort of similar, you get a real critical mass to justify further transit improvements, what I'm seeing is we're developing Grease Spa. We have all of these densities. We have concerns about, you know, the height of the 6-story buildings, which again is here nor there, I guess, in the context. I think it's important from a trust building perspective, but what I'm trying to get at is, especially this corner already, the intersection with Sir Arthur Currie Way, Grease Spa Road, Galt Boulevard's another one, Astor Boulevard, like constantly almost every road, collector road in and out of Grease Spa is having some major challenges, I would say, with traffic and parking.
We have looked at the cumulative impact as you were alluding to, and even looking at what Grease Spa Road carries today, it is within 3,000 vehicles per day for a collector road. That kind of volume is not substantial. This intersection next to the site is a stop controlled. Even in the ultimate scenario with build out of the neighborhood, it is anticipated to remain a 4-way stop control. It is not needed to be signalized. We have to be also mindful of the fact that 97th Street BRT design is underway. This whole neighborhood is serviced by the neighborhood service, which is well within 600 meter. Alongside 127th Street, 137 Avenue, both carry high frequent transit as well. So over time, we do see as these densities are getting higher, the mode shift is an important factor in that, and the choices that the commuters will have to get in and out of this neighborhood.
Okay. I think that's all I have, just looking at, yeah, I think that's all I have right now. I guess, yes, sorry, one other further question. Can you talk to me a bit more about the traffic enhancements that will be conditioned on Sir Arthur Currie?
Yes, as shown on the slide, Grease Spa Road will be upgraded to the collector standard with some active modes accommodation and traffic calming on 2 intersections, or a mid-block and at the intersection at just next to the site. That will be part of the development of the site.
Do you have a slide that shows the notification area that was sent to? Because I'm just suspecting that a lot of the notifications and the reason that you didn't get a high response is because they likely went to a lot of the barracks housing as opposed to other residential.
I can pull that out, but I will say that we had an open house recently and it was well attended.
For this item?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That was for the NS. Sorry,
I was like
for
very,
the NSP
yeah,
amendment.
I thought that was for the NSP amendments. Yeah. Was this mentioned at that open house? that this was coming forward?
It was discussed with different residents that showed up. I don't
Okay.
think it was one of the subjects of the boards. Apologies.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so now I'll go to any new information. If councillors have any questions related to new information that we have heard throughout the public hearing. Not seeing or hearing any, this would be an appropriate time if somebody wants to make a motion to close the public hearing. Maybe? Somebody's moving it?
I'll move closure.
Councillor Jansen's moved closure.
Second.
I think Councillor Salvador won the race to second, and please vote on closure of the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jan.
Councillor Prince Pays, yes?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Is there somebody willing to move first reading?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Jans.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. And anyone wishing to speak to this item, please click on the board. Thoughtful reflections happening as clicking on is about to occur. I see Councillor Rutherford. Please go ahead.
So this is an example where I feel like as a representative of the community, I cannot support this rezoning. Not because of all of the things that we've talked about, but because of the fact, first and foremost, that one of the things I hear most consistently about in Grease Spa is how upset so many are that at one point, you know, the vision was 4 stories as a max height, and now we're here 6 stories on the exterior, and now all of a sudden it's plunk in the middle. From an equity perspective, I get it. Like, we want it near park spaces. So I understand that, but I know that the height of these buildings and some of the tensions and the challenges that it's caused on the now we're getting my northwest quadrant, with a lot of 6-story units kind of being in that close proximity to one another, and the challenges that's created, I don't, in good consciousness and representing this community, feel that I can support this rezoning. Today, I think I could have supported a 4 stories for sure. That would have been very much in alignment with some of the stuff that's along Galt Boulevard, for example. There's a lot going on here, and I think we just have to also be realistic about what's allowed. And I would highlight that, while as great as it is that we have, you know, Build Canada Homes, and that is not a valid land use consideration. So I want to just throw that out, that is not factoring into my decision making as much as I want to see that kind of housing as well. It is not a valid land use consideration. I would have much preferred 4 stories. I think that the notifications likely went to a bulk of people that live in the barracks that are either evicted and or facing eviction for the NSP that we approved. So I can understand why you would have gotten a low response rate from those notifications. But yeah, I'm sure I understand the reasonings behind every other one of my council colleagues' decisions, but similar to the Shaughnessy one, I think 4 stories is sufficient. While BRT may come, it may not in the next while, and I'm just seeing those challenges already in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation. I think that, you know, the build out of communities is always tricky because we're doing it site by site. You know, I think for me, I reflect on this rezoning just in terms of what's there now, which again I believe currently allows for 4 stories, and looking at you know, the additional 2 stories is the decision that's in front of us today. For me, that just provides a good opportunity to make good use of the land, to provide additional housing options in a really picturesque location that again has access to good services. And I think, you know, to the point about, being a bit of an island, I think the more folks we can welcome to this neighborhood, the more viable those enhanced services are. It's sort of that snowball effect, and so I think that this helps in that overall effort to ensure that there's a truly sort of mixed use, vibrant, and well-serviced neighborhood. So happy to support these additional 2 stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jansen, close.
Yeah, just very quickly, I would urge my colleagues to support this recommendation here. I think it's a very modest and reasonable ask considering the location here, close to a park, close to a school, close to future major transit, current pathways, current shopping centers. There's so much to offer here. It's so beautiful, and absolutely just a very modest increase in units here. Especially when you look here, there's minimal impact to adjacent neighbors. So I commend the applicant for the thoughtfulness here and would urge my colleagues to support.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading.
Councillor Prince pays no.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 8-4.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Councillor Jansen moves second reading, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on second reading.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Prince pays no.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-4.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Jans, seconded by Councillor Salvador for consideration. Please vote on consideration of third reading on this bylaw.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Prince pays yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Jans.
I will move third and final reading of bylaw F21438.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote on third and final reading of that bylaw.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Prince pays no.
Thank you, councillors.
I think it's, just hang tight. I think it's loading for all of us. I saw everyone frantically moving to the mics. Hang tight. Well, there it is. Patience works well in this case.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-4. Excellent. Okay, we are 2 minutes away from the 3:30 break. So again, just do a quick review of where we're at in the agenda. As soon as we get back at 3:45, we'll be moving on to item 3.3, which is the closure portions of alleys in Calder and Kensington. Once that is complete, we'll move on to the Queen Alexandra item, then the Matson items, and finally we'll go back to the MacArthur industrial item that we have already started discussion on. So we will take a recess until 3:45, and we'll see you all then. Thanks, everyone. participate? Councillor Morgan?
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Here.
Here, Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette still is away. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson will be back right away. Councillor Elliott. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So we are ready to move on to item 3.3, which is to close portions of alleys in Calder and Kensington. We'll go ahead with the presentation.
This application is to close 3 portions of the alley along 132nd Avenue Northwest. The alley closures are required for the completion of collector renewal work for 132nd Avenue and will facilitate work planned for 2026. Next slide, please. The 3 proposed alley closures are within the Kensington and Calder neighborhoods and located along 132nd Avenue between 102nd Street and 124th Streets Northwest. There's transit along 132nd Avenue, while bike paths along both sides of 32nd Avenue as well. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to 93 residents and community leagues using mailed notices, a city webpage, and one-on-one communication. 2 respondents were heard from in opposition with concerns related to the extra distance that seniors need to walk to meet their daily needs, as well as pedestrian and emergency access being cut off from 132nd Avenue, and that it would increase garbage in the alley. The applicant reached out to one resident who emailed them directly and noted that pedestrian, bike access, and emergency access will all be maintained. Next slide, please. The bike paths will be along both sides of 132nd Avenue, and the closures would reduce traffic conflicts between the pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicle traffic. Next slide, please. Administration supports the proposed bylaw because it facilitates active transportation infrastructure, which aligns with the city plan target of having 50% of trips made by transit and active transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to our speakers in favor. I think 3 of the 4 are for questions only. Paul Jiang is here remotely. Yep. Paul, do you have a presentation, or are you also?
Yes, we have a presentation. I will pass it first to Nancy to introduce, and then I'll present.
Okay, so we're going to start with Nancy, and then we'll move over to Paul.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Nancy Domish, and I'm the Director of Neighborhoods Planning and Design. And I have with me Steve Schmidt, the Director of Neighborhoods and Open Space Infrastructure Delivery, as well as Becky Redford, a Supervisor of Planning, Neighborhood Planning and Design, and of course, Paul, Planner 2 with Neighborhoods Planning and Design. And Paul will take away the presentation at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This presentation is being provided by Building Great Neighborhoods branch as the proponent. Next slide. This road closure application is to support 132 Ave renewal project currently under construction from 2024 to 2027. The application will close 3 alley entrances fronting 132nd Ave for 2026 construction. This is the second of 3 series of road closures in support of 132nd Ave renewal. Last year, 3 road closures were approved by council for 2025 construction. Thank you. Next slide. The purpose of the closure is to improve traffic safety with regards to public realm improvements to 132nd Ave. This includes new walkways and a separated neighborhood bike route along this 7-kilometer stretch. The closures will reduce conflict points between vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians, improve visibility of pedestrians and cyclists, and maintain a more level walking and biking surface. Alley entrances will be removed and replaced with straight-face curb, gutter, landscape boulevard, and pathways. Bollards and signs will be installed to prevent vehicles from entering the closure area from the alley side. In this image, we have circled 2 of the 3 closures overlaid with the new design. These 2 are located west of 123rd A Street. Next slide, please. The next image here shows the closure south of 123rd Street and 132nd Ave. Similarly, the alley entrance will also be replaced with straight-face curb, gutter, and landscape boulevard. This configuration will result in 123rd Street terminating at a T intersection instead of an alleyway. Again, these closures will improve safety between people who drive, walk, and roll. Next slide, please. Here's a street view of the two closures west of 123rd A Street outlined in red. Each closure abuts two properties. Vehicle access to all affected properties, including the two driveways outlined in green, will be maintained. The size of the closure area allows for future redevelopment to be accessed from the alley. Next slide, please. Here's a street view of the closure at 123rd Street looking south. It also abuts two properties. Again, vehicle access to all affected properties will be maintained. For all closures, our team worked with planning coordination and waste services to ensure that closures would not impact back alley waste collection. Next slide, please. This map shows the alley network with the closures outlined in red and the alleys that will remain open in green. As you can see, all affected blocks have more than one alternate alley access. Travel times from within the alley to 132nd Ave will increase by a few seconds to less than a minute. Please note that not all alley entrances along 132nd Ave are being closed. The three closure locations were chosen with consideration of impacts to alley access, impacts to traffic safety, and the closest alternate alley access. Next slide, please. In summary, the purpose of the application is to improve safety in alignment with the 132nd Ave renewal project. If approved, construction of the closure areas will occur this year. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. We will see, this was selected by Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford, do you have any questions? No, thank you. Any other folks with questions? Yep, just hold on. I'm just checking if councillors have questions for the speakers in favor. Yep, Councillor Jans does have questions for speakers in favor, and then once that's finished, we'll move to all the speakers registered in opposition, so they'll have their 5 minutes each to speak to that. Councillor Jans, you have questions to the speakers in favor?
I do, thank you. Very exciting. Just curious, so when we close an alley like, or a piece like that, is there an opportunity to plant trees there?
Councillor Jans, this is Nancy speaking. Yes, we do also plant trees and landscape along there. I'm not sure of the specifics of the type of landscaping in that particular closure area, but we do provide landscaping as well.
Okay, so the alleyway function is, it ceases and it now becomes, I don't want to use, I don't have the language, but is it a green space? Is it a parklet? Is it a urban orchard or apple trees? Or like what is the next considered use?
So if you can picture, the alley would remain as alley up to a certain point where the bollards would go, and then the portion of the alley that meets the road would just be become part of the boulevard. So it'd be continuous landscaped boulevard along 132nd Avenue.
So pedestrian access would still be kind of preserved there, but it wouldn't be vehicle access.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Is there ever a situation where maybe the two owners decide to buy out that parcel? Are those parcels for sale? Does that make sense? Property A, alleyway, property B, do we ever sell or split the alley kind of like we do with other properties between the adjacent owners?
I'm not sure of that process. I don't know the answer to that, Councillor.
I guess this is one of those.
Please go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
So the closure will stay as a road right away, so it won't be a creation of a new parcel. This would not be considered available for sale.
So what, could you elaborate?
In order to legally close this, we have to close this road section by bylaw, but what we are proposing is this will remain maintained in the road right of way. It won't create a titled parcel as a result, but it will be legally closed as a road.
Why would we not, or why would that not happen? Why would it remain as a road right away? If we're already saying we're going to close it as a road, it's not necessary as a road. Wouldn't we want to do something different with that land?
So in order to maintain public access through that alley area, it would have to remain as public road right of way to do so. If it then becomes a private parcel, then all public access would actually be eliminated. So we're physically closing the alley access, but it still remains as road right of way.
So I can think of a couple of instances in my ward where there's like a pathway, it might have been a utility corridor or something else, and let's say I'm looking at area 3 on slide 4, fence to fence, that might be, say, 8 meters. Even if 2 meters was preserved for a pathway, is there the opportunity to sell the adjacent land to the two property owners and have them do the care and feeding of the property? I'm just trying to think of, because I understand why we want to close it as a road, but there's an operational carrying cost to this land as well too.
We would still want to maintain some access through there, as you talked about, with perhaps a smaller pathway. But the closure of the area would not be part of the scope of the work that we're doing. So within 132nd Avenue, it would just be the road right of way within 132nd. But we can take away the question and see if there's more information around what that process might look like. I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, if this is approved today, are we just going to see a couple of Jersey barriers go in, and then we'll have to wait for a future service package or something to actually naturescape these alleys, or kind of give them the Montreal treatment?
It will not be left as is. It will be incorporated into the design of 132nd Avenue. So it will be landscaped, and there will be proper transitions into that area. So it won't remain as just barriers, and that's it.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for our speakers in favor. Now we're going to move to our speakers in opposition. I have Rick Posdick. Rick was supposed to be in person. I don't see in person. I'll see if Rick is online. Rick, are you online? I'm not seeing Rick's name on the online list. Lee Davies, sorry. You're here and you're in your seat, so please go ahead and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
I have a quick question for admin.
So how it will work is you have, and we'll freeze their time. We'll make sure that we won't start their time yet until they get to go. So you have 5 minutes to share whatever you like. That includes, you can ask questions that you might want councillors to ask, but they don't get to reply directly to you. And my apologies, it's just, this is a rigid process. Yeah, the province sets the rules on our public hearings, so it's rigid. But if you raise something that you want as a question, I won't speak for your ward councillor, but my guess is your ward councillor will likely ask that question on behalf of whatever you raise to administration. So yeah, we'll give you a full 5 minutes. We'll start your time, give you those 3 seconds back, and you'll start right now.
My name is Lee Davies. I live at 13119 124th Street. The lane at the back of my property is between 123A Street and 124th Street. I've lived in Calder for 7 years. I moved to Edmonton in 1974, probably before you were all born. I fell in love with this city, but that love is diminished with every administration that has grappled with the needs of a growing city to varying degrees of success. I received this notification on Friday afternoon, March 6th. That's one business day notice to come to this hearing. That would seem to be inadequate. I have talked to many of my neighbors over the fence since this notice came out, probably in the junk mail that I received, and many of my neighbors wanted to come to this hearing, but I expect they missed this notice that came on Friday, or they couldn't get time off work. I've attended many public meetings and tried to talk to many officials, including my councillor, about this lane closure. Currently, the lanes down 132 Avenue from 123 Street to 113A Street do have access to 132 Avenue. Can you confirm this with admin? Currently, when I want to leave my alley, I go about 100 yards north to 132 Avenue. It's a collector route. It's very fast. I'm out of there and gone. The administration is suggesting that instead I head south all the way down my alley, go left on 130 Ave, go left again on 183 Ave, through a playground zone up to 132 Ave. I wonder what the people on 123 Avenue or 123 A Street are going to think when all of the traffic from my lane is now coming in front of their house. This is compounded in the winter. As you know, painfully, I will not be able to pass 130th Ave and 123A Street in the winter. Period. End of statement. Those roads are last on the list of what should be cleared. I won't make it, so please leave me your phone number so you can come and push my car when I get stuck. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. I have no way to get out of my garage except for to go north to 132 Ave. But you are shutting this off. I'm stuck in my garage for the winter. It's not as simple. We don't live in Victoria. You don't just go, oh, it's only a couple of extra seconds to get out the other way. No, it's a battle for me to go through that snow every time. So bicyclists, pedestrians, and cars can work together to yield for each other at this intersection, okay? It's everybody's responsibility to be safe. You don't just shut it off because the pedestrians and the cars and the bicycles don't watch where they're going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll see if there are questions for you. I'll just wait to check the board. I think there will be. I hear clicking. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to go ahead as the ward councillor? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to, I definitely am confirming that I'll ask the question of administration about the alley access to other portions of 132 Avenue further east. Is that's what you'd like? Yep. Okay. And then I'm also concerned about the fact that you got that on the 6th. Do you check your mail daily?
Yes.
Yeah? Yeah, okay. So that's when it actually arrived from Canada Post?
Friday afternoon.
Okay. And what was your address again?
13119.
13119.
124th Street.
Okay. And was it you or one of your neighbors? It's where we had a conversation because
I've spoken to you on the phone.
Yeah, and then we talked about how you would have to go around the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the snowy way.
The snowy way.
Well, on the map, if you go the other portion of the lane that runs parallel to 132 Ave, spits you out by the Lion Seniors home, and then back because of the park going around, Mawassan Park, I would have to go all the way to 128th before I could get out.
Yeah.
So part of the problem is the park in the way, so I'm not a straight grid system.
And if I'm understanding correctly, and you alluded to and you're speaking to, but I do remember with the snow event that we had in January, Calder was one of the last neighborhoods in the Northwest.
Some of it was never done. Some of it was never plowed.
Yeah, definitely no. While not a public and land use necessarily consideration, I do want you to know that I definitely take to heart the need for the snow clearing, and I know many of my council colleagues, including the mayor, have also highlighted that as an important.
It's hard to justify plowing those areas when there's much higher, more important, 132 Avenue, great, please plow. But those little side roads, I can understand, they weren't done. But the trouble is they turned in the snow because the parks, Chalmers Park, I believe, and Mawassan Park, there's a lot of snow drift because there's a lot of open space. So the roads were horrendous and will continue to be horrendous because of the drifting. And I feel like I'm doing battle. I'm scared every time I go out of the garage that I'm going to be stuck.
No, that's completely fair. And I appreciate you being here today and sitting through.
Oh, I learned lots today. I've been here since 9.
We'll go for coffee and debrief afterwards.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson has questions for you, please.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, always helpful to have a sense of where, how travel will be impacted. So again, you're at 13119 124th Street.
If you put the map back up, I'll show you.
Sure. Just on 132nd Ave, sorry, right now when you come out of your alley there, can you turn both left and right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you ever, like that seems like it would be challenging, like with the intersection right there. Do you have issues crossing the road?
132 Ave is actually not that busy.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I think, and so again, your concern is that you're having to travel south now to 131st Ave.
I come out at 130th Ave, and then I would turn left on 130th Ave and then left on 123A, which goes right by Chalmers Park and up to 132. Put the map
Okay,
back
maybe I'm
up.
a bit, yeah, 131.
Can you put the map up on the screen?
I think that would be, yeah, is that something we could do?
Okay. Sorry, if
Give
clerks
it-
could
give
put
it
up
this
slide
map.
2 from admin. Oh, sorry, that works.
So you see the triangular property, the big one?
Yep.
That's mine.
Yep.
So I come up to 132 Avenue.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. You were right. So if I had to go the other way, I
Yeah.
drive down to 131 Ave, hang a left, hang another left up 123, playground zone through Chalmers Park, and then I'm back up on 132 Ave.
Okay. Okay, thank you. No, that really helps clarify. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador, can you take the
the
chair?
chair.
So again, now that I know the exact location, so the concern more for you is, especially during the winter, traveling along 123A and 131. That is the concern about
Yeah.
the
And the
snowbound.
concern isn't only mine. The
yeah.
concern is for everybody who lives on any of these places is fighting the same battle.
Yeah, because the alley itself is not also great, but you don't have as long of a distance if you're coming off 132 to your
Yeah.
home. The issue is you'd have to pass by the 4, take 2 local roads that are often lower on the priority list if.
Really low
yeah,
on the
yeah.
priority list.
Yeah, I think I was the second last day this last neighborhood blading, so you might have been last. It looks like we weren't too high. We were both near the end.
So that was like 10 days?
Oh, at least.
That-
Yeah, I think
with 10, well, I was being kind.
yeah.
10 days of what?
Yeah.
Getting stuff.
Would
Or
you?
not leaving my house.
Yeah, and so to that question, and that's maybe the next piece is that, I don't want to presuppose what council decides later this year around what our budget will be, but if you didn't see that kind of length of time to address local roads, would you be feeling the same sort of tension right now of losing that
Will I
access?
feel this tension in the summer? No.
Yeah, it's primarily the winter piece that you're
But
worried
the
about.
winter is unpredictable. Right now with the slush, it's a whole nother challenge.
Mm-hmm.
I drive a small car. If you want to buy me a truck, maybe I'll give it a whirl,
Yeah, as a fellow small car owner, it's tough sometimes, especially when we get the freeze thaw quite a bit like this. So okay, that's helpful context. Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back. I don't see anyone else on the board, so those are all the questions for now for you. Feel free to wait there because there's nobody else that's speaking on this. We're going to do questions from council to administration, and I'll start with Councillor Rutherford if you have questions.
Yeah, I'll just start with, I think the question about the alley access is better addressed to the applicant, correct? About other parts and why their decision-making around keeping some alleys accesses open along 132?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. So that's why, just for the speaker in opposition, I won't be asking that to this administration, I'll be asking it to the applicant, which is also administration, if it's already not confusing enough. But I do take concern with the point raised about receiving the notices for this public hearing on the 6th.
I can't speak to when it's placed in the box, but I do have confirmation on February 11th that the order was made to be mailed out by Canada Post no late than February 17th to 91 recipients, which is in line with our typical process. We also, of course, do the advertisements in the Edmonton Journal on February 20th as well as the 28th.
So what do we do? Is there any accountability or things that go back to Canada Post if we said that they no later than February 17th? Obviously, that didn't happen. I trust implicitly the speaker in that regard, and I know as somebody that's done Canada Post mailouts too that it's been a hit or a miss when they actually get delivered. What do we do around something like this? Would we go back to Canada Post?
I mean, I haven't had it be a significant issue. We do get bounce back mail where there are no units, or there's commercial units where they don't accept it returned to sender. But in terms of accountability for Canada Post, I don't have a specific process that I'm aware of.
So I guess to Missing Pen, like if we are hearing that that people did not get the notification, is that as long as the intent was there? Like, I'm just trying to understand, because I do worry about would there be other speakers that have lost the opportunity to speak today because they weren't able to change their calendars and their schedules?
Right. If so, I can say from a legal perspective, I'm not concerned about apparel to the city. Not apparel, but a peril. So we actually, the Municipal Government Act requires one of two things, either a newspaper advertisement, which we do in the Edmonton Journal, or a mail out. The city actually undertakes two things. And so the newspaper advertisement has met our legal obligation, but if council feels that there wasn't an appropriate enough notice or engagement or something along those lines, it certainly is within your purview to send it back for further notice, but I can say from the legal standpoint, I don't have any concerns.
I was really under the impression that I knew that sometimes we did extended distances, but I was under the impression that we did legally have to send notification to affected property owners within a certain distance.
Yeah, so to clarify, that's a rezoning, right? This is just a road closure.
Okay.
And just to add to that, we do also send out our advance notice, which again went out on August 20th, 2025. And so that's when we receive an application that gets sent out immediately, just notifying people that it is under consideration and to be aware that we're moving forward with that.
But it doesn't give a date.
Yeah, sorry, and just, I appreciate, I know, we have to let our councilmen ask questions. Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah. I think the rest of my questions, based on new information, are for the applicant.
Okay, great. We'll give you that opportunity once we finish the other questions of council. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate, we want a connected mobility network. Just sort of looking at the impact, it sort of seems like from that, from that one property, it's about 60 meters, heading straight north to 132nd Ave, and then about 90 meters going south to 131st Ave, 131st Ave. Just wondering how administration weighs, again, maybe some of the potential rerouting that happens versus the outcome of the reduced crossings on 132nd.
So we get that clarification from the project team in terms of the impacts of any closure that are associated with our capital projects, and as part of the traffic analysis or the review, as I believe Paul mentioned in his presentation, that they did weigh in the travel time impacts. So I think that is the information that we work with to make sure that there are we are doing our due diligence in terms of modification to the network and are not creating any substandard, suboptimal situation.
Well, and that was another question, just in terms of sort of a 90-meter travel distance on an alley. Like, do we have any maximum lengths? Like, we don't want an alley having to be 300 meters long, let's say, for someone to navigate. Do we have standards around that?
Block lengths for alleys doesn't come to mind, but I think more from accessibility perspective. What we see in mature neighborhoods is a spacing of our, like even larger spacings that we encounter, more than 100 meters on a regular basis. So 100 meter is not too substantial or uniquely different.
Okay, that's helpful. And then perhaps you can answer, or I can ask the applicant, but what will the controls be at 123rd A Street and 132nd Ave? Is it stop signs, or are there lights there?
So just I'm pulling the map here just for reference. So 123 A Street and 131 Avenue?
132nd Avenue, sorry.
132nd Avenue. Most likely stop sign, but applicant can confirm that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, thanks. Just a few questions here. I'm just wondering about what's our current service level for alleyways for snow removal? Is that a city operations question, or can you guys?
Alleys are last on the list.
Last on the list. Okay. And I guess the other question is that I see these there's little blocked off piece of the alleyway there, but you can still go up pretty close to 132nd. Any concerns about garbage removal too, or?
That typically takes into account any closure application. We work closely with waste services and make sure that their operations are not impacted. And once we get feedback from them, then we move forward.
So we got some coordination going on with waste services already. What about snow removal services?
Snow removal, as I said, we don't even do clearing on alleys on a regular basis. So I won't be able to comment on that.
Okay. So we haven't talked to them basically for the alleyway access.
We haven't, but project team may have, so they can clarify.
Okay. So I can ask them. Okay.
Once we get to new information.
Yeah, sounds good. And then the other question I had was I see a little driveway right beside that closure on the south side of 132nd Ave. On, I guess, what is that? The west closure? Southwest?
The one on the north or the one on the south?
The one on the south, yeah. Yeah, that's still going to be opened up? Or that's going to be allowed?
Yes, any existing accesses that are legally required will be there.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, just one question. So if we approve this and these new, it's kind of blocked off these new areas, is there additional operating costs to maintain these? I know from the plans before, looked like it was going to change more of a walkway and everything, but how does that factor in?
So what is happening here is primarily a change in the municipal need. So currently the municipal need is how it's their alley is functioning as a right-of-way, road right-of-way, and it is serving vehicles. With those stubs taken out, their new function is primarily to support the active modes along 132 Avenue. So it's not that we are adding new things to our inventory, it is just a different asset or redesign of the asset for a different need.
So we don't anticipate any additional costs on this?
So we'll be doing landscaping and things like that. So right now it's just a pavement.
Yeah.
So I won't be able to speak to what the delta is between maintaining a pavement and then maintaining a landscape, nice walkway connection, but that's essentially what we are dealing with here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I looked at that 132nd, it's one area has the sidewalk, but in Google, it looks like the other area had a side street. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor. It's a service road to the north.
Okay, and so just for clarity, if we didn't approve this, would you not be able to get your bike lanes? Is that the main reason that we are doing this?
Councillor, the main reason why this is being brought forward is for safety, to reduce the number of interactions between vehicles, pedestrians, and bikes, or those active modes along 132 Avenue. So this is an opportunity to evaluate the trade-offs that are necessary to introduce those active modes along 132 and to reduce those potentials for interactions between vehicles and active modes.
Okay, and how busy is 132 from a active transportation and a non-active transportation?
So that's the whole purpose of this project, to enhance the pedestrian and active modes connectivity throughout the corridor. There is a desire line both to the east and the west, and how 132 Avenue then connects to the broader network within the city. And that was the trigger behind re-envisioning the entire corridor and enhancing the active modes.
I just can't see how closing an alleyway that goes to a side street would help increase like how that would increase vehicles and bikes. Can you help me understand that?
Absolutely. If we can bring up slide 6, just to show what is planned for this section of the road. So what you see on the screen, Councillor, the red rectangles are highlighting the closure areas that are proposed. And then 132 Avenue as re-envisioned and redesigned with a bike path both to the north and the south. The service road gets repurposed to the north, and then eventually then it connects to, there's some changes to the lane configurations and things like that, and landscaping as shown as well.
Right, so it just so just on the north side of that, so that red, so where you close the alleyway in the north, in that red box, that alleyway goes out to a secondary road there. So it's not really even.
So that is a walkway connection, not a secondary road.
So Councillor, currently it's a service road. Sorry for interrupting. Please go ahead.
No, go ahead. So currently it's a service road, but are you saying it won't be a service road?
Correct. It's identified as a walkway. And you can also see like all the trees that are indicated there would be new. And so that reducing that laneway access, crossing, like there would be no service road there, so there would be nowhere for those cars to go. And then the reducing that conflict point between pedestrians and vehicles.
Okay, and then the snow removal for the bike path would then be going on to the green trees as showed there. Is that correct?
I can't speak to specifically where the snow or the windrows would be placed, but typically the boulevards are used for that purpose.
Okay, and then when you close off the alleyway, how do we envision people turning around in those alleyways?
So that's that comes with the rerouting of the traffic using alley to the south. So there is a network of alleys. It's a matter of coming out directly to 132 or going south and then coming back through 123A Street. I would use a minute of your time to also just clarify.
She doesn't have a minute of your time, so she has 0 minutes of any time. So can come around for a second round if needed. But Councillor Tang?
Okay, great. I may have a bit of a tangent, so I just want to ask. The operational capacity comes up a lot today in this discussion. Is operational capacity to address concerns from an application, in this case road closure, a reasonable consideration in land use decision?
So I just want to remind you, Councillor Tang, we're not, although we are in a public hearing, we are dealing with a road closure right now. So this isn't a rezoning. So we are outside of the land use box.
Gotcha.
But
Sorry,
generally,
a decision, take out what I said about land use decision. Yeah.
yes, yeah. It's so I think considering the operation on a road closure application is fair game.
And the reason why I raise this because it's kind of timely. I got an email yesterday, and I think there's a bit of a parallel to this case here. And it was a road closure decision we made last May. And this email has been routed to the ward councillor, it's been posse, etc. But it was a road closure, and the business owner in Macaulay actually came forward and talked about how they were against it for a variety of reasons. But we went ahead with it regardless for all the safety, all the renewal reasons that we're here talking about. It's now almost a year later. The construction is done, but people are still using that closed road, which is more like a sidewalk, as a driving lane. So driving extremely close to the building. This is in Chinatown. There's lots of litter and garbage that have resulted from that. There is no bollard. There's nothing kind of addressed through the design as we were assured it would. I guess here we're talking about how we're going to deal with all those things, but here's an example of property owners who are kind of like, well, that's not really happening, and it's up to us to be proactive about reporting these things and trying to get the city to address it.
Completely understand your concerns. I think one of the things that I just want to bring us back up to is that the applicant is also part of administration, and they work directly with the operations group to ensure that that's integrated into the design. So they're looking at where to do snow storage as part of the design considerations before they make the application to move forward with the road closure.
Yeah.
So there might be some additional information that they have in advance of ours that you can go back to for further information.
Yeah.
That the applicant might be able to provide.
I guess I'm just sharing this because, I think we got pretty similar responses last time as well, that there's lots of cross-departmental discussion to make sure that we'll figure out a way to address that. But in reality, after the execution, it hasn't really happened. I guess I just wanted to, share that with my colleagues as well, because to me, there's I'm hearing lots of some similarities. But I appreciate the answer because I think that's the best we can do, right? Is to figure that out ahead of time.
And to do it while you're in the design, because then there's that opportunity for the back and forth. They're a lot more able to be nimble than the kind of yes, no by the time we get down to the public hearing process.
Yeah, and this is now, 10 months later from when the decision was made, and it still hasn't really been dealt with. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So my understanding is that large segments of 132 Ave have already been renewed, correct?
That is correct.
I don't expect exact numbers, but what percentage would you say of the entire project has already been completed versus the remainder?
Sorry. I'm looking at that information, just if you can give me.
Sure, we can come back to that.
So completion is expected fall of 2027. Applicant can confirm that.
Right, so I guess I'm wondering, the vast majority of the renewal that is expected along the entirety of the 132 Ave renewal project has been completed?
Correct.
I don't know, want to put it 70%-ish around there?
70%, yeah.
Okay. How many road closures like this or alley closures have already been made as part of the project? I assume a fair number.
Fair number, like we have been coming to council fairly regularly.
Right. Have the operational concerns that we're hearing about or that are being flagged, have we seen those materialize in the other segments of 132 Ave where we've already had these closures in place and the redesign is complete?
So, as part of the project itself, there is a very deliberate and substantial aspect of public engagement. So I think I don't have that information in front of me, but definitely there are questions from other segments as well, similar concerns or maybe different. But project team has worked with the community in those segments to answer and clarify those questions.
Right, and I'm just looking at the segments that are already done. They've been through a few seasons now. Like the early segments have been completed for a while, correct?
Yeah, so I think the, like we've evaluated these closures, these 3 closures in front of you today. I think in terms of how the other closures have been successful or not, or what issues may have raised, I think the project team would have heard a lot of that through their public engagement. So I think the project team would probably be best to answer what they have heard in terms of the closures that have already happened.
Okay, that's fair, but good to understand that similar closures have occurred in other parts of this overall renewal project. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of administration, so now is the time where we can ask members of council, now is the time for members of council to be able to ask questions of new information on the public hearing, and that's to administration or to our speakers, either in favor or in opposition. I'm gonna, if nobody else is on the board yet, or you're on the board, good, okay, well then, you're not, but I'll trust you. I'll trust you're on the board, Councillor Rutherford, so you go ahead. You're disappeared, but go ahead.
Thank you. I just following up from the speaker in opposition who was asking about the alley accesses and laneway accesses onto 132 Ave from other portions of Calder and Kensington further east. Can you speak to that? Do there remain in that already constructed portion alley access that is open to 132 Ave? This is to building great neighborhoods.
Oh, my apologies. Are there other accesses to 132 Ave that remain?
That are alley accesses. So specifically the section between 113A and 120th Street, the section that was built and constructed last summer. Are there any alley accesses that remain in that section?
I believe so. So not all alley entrances were closed along 132nd. They were chosen specifically based on different criteria, but we did not remove all access from alleys to 132.
So then I guess that begs the question of why it's needed from a safety perspective, because we haven't eliminated that conflict completely, and especially with the one alley. Like, I understand the other one, if we're looking at the application and we see the one that is the alley access right in front of 123rd Street, I can see how that, that T intersection, and it could be a hidden alley, I could see that one being a real safety concern regardless of other access opens. But I do question, as per the opposition's question to me, to question you about the alley closure on the south side further west. If from a functionality perspective, other alleys remain and exist on this section. Alley access remains.
Yeah, there's a few factors that we take into consideration. So one is, you choose the alley that creates the least amount of impact to the residents. So it doesn't, create the additional drive time. We also we have to consider all of our users in our design. So that's our pedestrians, our people who bike, as well as drivers in this. So reducing the amount of alley crossings or alley intersections that we have with 132 will reduce those instances of potential conflict. The two alleys that you're referring to, they're also adjacent to driveways. So that is another piece that we take into consideration. That's another potential conflict point. But ultimately, it just comes down to what's the safest thing that we can do for all users of 132nd Avenue.
Do you have the design for the section between 113? Can you pull up the design section? I'm asking the applicant, I don't know, or admin, of the section between 113A and 120th Street, the section that was just completed. I just want to see where those alleys are, those alleys that remain open are, and what they look like.
The section that was completed.
Yes. I'm looking to see, I want to see where, no, it's not in this, it would be from the applicant, not in this presentation, but in the design of the 132 Ave.
I'm just seeing if our director of the delivery has that information for us.
Yeah, hi, Councillor Rutherford. We don't have an image offhand right now, but if there's anything that we can help to sort of describe in terms of what exists, we'd be happy to provide that information.
Okay, can you tell me in 43 seconds where the alleys remain open between 113A and 120th Street on either the north or the south side?
In 30 seconds, no.
Okay, I'll come back for a second. You know what? I'll
ask.
ask that question so you can look it up, and then I will come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, just a quick question. Operationally, have we talked to Snow and Ice crews about the closures here, coordinated with them?
Yes, so our partners in Snow and Ice are part of our planning and design decisions very early on in the process. So they're aware of our design decisions as well as our closure decisions.
Any concerns raised?
No, there were no concerns raised.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you share what the feedback from the neighborhood has been on the closures? I know in building, I think in your program you do source a lot of feedback throughout the rebuilding phase.
Yes, thank you. We do a lot of public engagement, as you know, for our neighborhood renewal projects. So information was shared with our residents between fall of 2020 and spring of 23. All of the alley closures were shown on the draft design. In spring of 2022, we received community feedback on the final design in the fall of 22, as well as a pre-construction meeting opportunity in May of 2023. There were no specific comments on the closures. Of course, we get a variety of different comments from residents, but nothing specific to the closures.
Okay, so not a single negative comment from the closures.
Not that we have noted.
Okay, and have there been safety issues on 132nd that you are aware of?
I don't have that answer. It would be a question for operations to see if there were some issues. The biggest thing that came up was a lot of traffic conflicts in the school areas on 132. So that was part of the design decisions that we made.
Yeah, one of the things that the person opposed, it was saying that she would have to drive through a playground area. And so have we modeled out if that playground area will be significantly impacted in terms of cars going that way?
I'm not sure about the traffic modeling. That's not something that I have handy, but the playground zone is, it's on I guess an access road into the neighborhood. So it's fairly close to the neighborhood exit, and it would have a significant amount of traffic, or the neighborhood traffic would all be routing past there to get to 132nd Avenue.
Okay, and maybe could you help me understand the side street then? Because you know, on one side, it does have the side street. So I'm still trying to understand what the safety concern is coming out from a side street to the main road where there is the bike lane right beside the main road.
So consider that as part of the design, those side streets will disappear. The road is going from a service road and a 4-lane collector to our current standard, which is a 1 lane in each direction collector, and those service roads will disappear. So what you're seeing in the closure application here is based on what the design or what the final product will look like once it's constructed.
Okay, so the side street has already been approved to be removed in this process.
That's correct. So as indicated before, the project is about 70% done. This next phase of 132nd Avenue just continues that same design along this next section.
Oh, okay. And what was the reason for removing the side road? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, I would have to go back to the project information to find out the design decisions from 2020, 2019.
Oh, okay. No, it's just because it feels like we created a problem with one, you know, we solved one problem and then created more problems and continuing to just kind of solve the problems as we've created them. So I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just want to go back to basics. 'Cause I think the question of sidewalk crossing is an important one. So again, even though there may not be any sort of particular safety concerns, are we generally just trying to reduce situations where vehicles are crossing pedestrian and cycling paths?
Yes, that's a very concise way of putting it.
And I'm also thinking about our intersection standards, and typically we try to avoid having two intersections quite close together, and it seems like these alleys are quite close to other roads and intersections. Is that the case?
Yes, I believe that was part of the discussion as well. When you have 123 A Street, for example, coming out on 132, and 2 other possible entry points in short order, that can create vehicle conflicts as well as pedestrian and cyclist conflicts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess I'm always thinking about, just riding with a child, for example. It's sort of that fear they know to maybe stop at a corner site when there's a road to cross, but may not have that same level of awareness when it's an alley crossing, which can look and feel quite different.
Yes, where you have a controlled intersection, so 123A and 132 is a stop controlled.
Okay.
So you have vehicles that are fully stopping and pedestrians, as you said, that are aware of how those function. Those are significantly less risky than vehicles coming out at alley crossing points.
Okay, and then, recognizing that when we're retrofitting existing infrastructure, it can't always be exactly perfect. There may be some laneways that are required for access or existing driveways that can't be closed. Just to Councillor Salvador's question earlier, alley closures have been, again, part of the broader project?
That's correct. Yes, there were 3 alley closures in last year, and there will be another series of closures for the next section of 132nd Avenue.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
The chair.
The other question I think I have that I don't know if it's been discussed, so areas 1 and 2, which are these 2 sort of parallel to each other, they're supposed to have on-street parking or curbside parking, correct? That, I think I saw that on the slide.
That's correct.
So every access we retain reduces the total amount of area available for that on-street parking because you are required to be, you can't park immediately adjacent to an intersection or, in this case, an alley access point.
Yes, that's correct.
So that is something we should, and I'm not sure, and I would look to, frankly, probably the ward councillor and others, but generally parking is a thing we hear about at city council, and so I'm just curious about like the trade-offs of parking, additional parking. I realize that's maybe only one car on the south side, but because of the driveway access, but for sure on the north side, we're talking, you know, now 2 or 3 more cars that can't park because they would be impeded by that. Like that's sort of the impact we would be talking about with this from a parking perspective. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The other thing I saw on the slide, and this is just the way I think I interpret it, is that even at 123A Street, there is still a vehicle looking to make a turn onto 132 Ave is still going to have to ultimately enter the access of the walkway and the bike lane. Like the car will have to proceed into that space in order and they'll stop and then they'll make a assessment as to if it's safe to turn. That's going to happen at that location for sure. Correct?
Yes, as with any intersection.
Yeah. Ideally, you design it so they hopefully have a bit of line of sight there. I think the slide showed that the line of sight at 123A Ave might be a little different than if you retained the alley access. The alley access, you absolutely would have to go onto the sidewalk into the bike lane, stop before proceeding. 123A, because the parking doesn't go right up to the intersection, you have a bit of a buffer that hopefully gives you a bit more visibility. Correct?
Yes, with the design would take into consideration those sightlines and any safety features that are standard in today's current standards.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. I'll move another round.
We have a seconder?
Second.
Please vote on a second round.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Just continuing on, I was able to find the map. It looks like in this section that we're constructing in 2026, there's still 3 alleys that remain open, and then in the section between 127th Street, 120th Street and 113A, if I'm reading this map correctly, there's 8 alley accesses that remain open. Is my interpretation of that map in the final designs correct?
Yes, that sounds correct. I don't believe there were any closures west of 113th Street. We were confirming as the questions were going. Thank you.
So I understand the point about the trade-offs with the mayor talking about, the loss of parking versus the need for parking. Are there, what are the things, the factors that were determined to keep these alleys open? Because if they would still have those same conflicts with pedestrians and cyclists.
It goes back to the criteria. Other than parking, well, it goes back to the criteria of, which alleys we choose to close. So it just depends on the conflicts and the context in that situation.
So none of these alleys have a driveway adjacent to them that are remaining open? Because that was one of the criteria.
I'm not sure without looking at it. Again, we'd have to go back to the design then that we had before, but also considering not in every area are there multiple accesses to the alleys. So for example, if we have a resident that only has 2 ways out, we can't do an alley closure. They need to have 2 ways out. We can't leave them with 1 way. So not every location is eligible for closure for that reason. We need to maintain that access.
Okay, and I do want to just correct for the record an answer that was, or get it clarified from administration, from the applicant. I have a correspondence from Building Great Neighborhoods to a resident from June of 2024, where I'm going to say, and I quote, "We did hear some concerns from the residents about the alley closures during our engagement, about the impact of having to drive further through the alleys due to the condition of the alleys and the additional travel time along alleys and local roads." So would you like to correct that for the record?
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
So, yeah, okay. And then I guess I just go to the speaker in opposition. Kind of hearing the discussion. Do you have any further thoughts or, about the mayor is correct, the loss of parking often comes up as a major concern in our renewal projects.
Well, the parking along 132 Ave has been decimated. There's absolutely, in the winter, there is nowhere. I drove 132 Ave yesterday. There is nowhere on 132 Ave, west of 113A, where you could park and unload a passenger because of the windrows. If that passenger is fit enough to get over the windrows and open their door. So parking is a non-issue. You've killed it. It's done. In the winter on 132A Ave, it's gone. I would expect the parking was cut down to about 20% of previous because you got rid of the service roads. There is very little parking. So parking's a non-issue. Don't try and save the parking because the residents of 132 Ave have given up. If I have a party and I live on 132 Ave, there's nowhere for my people to park. They will be up the side streets, hopefully finding somewhere. So don't get all concerned about parking now, because that's gone. And, come with me tomorrow and drive 132 Ave, and we will answer some of these questions, because there have been a lot of, I'm not sure, I don't know, I can't find the map.
Well,
Okay?
I also drive 132 Ave every day. I also live
I'd
in
like to do
Calder.
it with you.
Yeah, I'm actually your neighbor. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I guess my question is, the intent of this is, a lot of it is safety, right? So the plans here is to make a great route for pedestrians and bikelists to go through there. And I guess I'm just kind of struggling, these three closures, how does that make it more, this much more safe in that one section when we still have two intersections, I don't know, 3 driveways with cars backing up into this lane? I'm just trying to wrap my head around how much safer this makes it if we close these off.
I think anything that we can do to reduce the number of conflicts between vehicles and our cyclists and pedestrians is a step in the right direction. Obviously, we can't remove driveway access from every home or every alley access, so we do those closures where we can.
And Councillor, I'll just add to that along this stretch in the area, it is most of the alley accesses that are being closed, and some of proximity to the streets themselves. And this isn't just about reducing the number of conflicts today, but also for future users. And as we move forward with our mode shift, these are things that are very important to provide those opportunities for active modes to feel safe traveling in the environment that they are. It doesn't mean that there aren't going to be any intersections with those potential conflicts, but we're about mitigating and reducing them.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of my issue is we want everyone to feel safe cruising down here with kids, whatever, but it's still, there's a lot of points for conflict still, right? That we're not going to get rid of that with these plans.
We're not aiming to get rid of them.
Yeah.
We're aiming to reduce.
Yeah, okay, I got you. It's where the perception is I want to just cruise down here, but I got to be aware of all these things still. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see nobody else on the board for questions related to new information. So at this point, we can take a motion to close the public hearing on this.
Yeah, I'll move the closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote to close the public hearing.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 11-0. First reading. Does anyone would like to move that?
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford has moved first reading, seconded by Councillor Jans. Those wishing to speak, please click on the board. We're coming up on 5, so I just want to get a sense of how many people are interested in speaking. I see Councillor Jans on the board. Sorry? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just think it's critical that we look at these pieces. Last year in Edmonton, 32 people were killed due to road violence. There were over 100 serious injuries. More and more with larger and larger vehicles, with more and more SUVs, with those A-frame bars. My worst fear every day as a parent is when my boys are out on the sidewalk, when we're crossing alleys, when it's those unanticipated spaces. One of the most dangerous places on our roads is still marked crosswalks. This is a serious issue because any injuries is that we can prevent. We need to take action to take, and this alleyway piece is one step towards that. When we look at the vehicle visibility, the vehicles on our roads are getting more and more dangerous. You can't see, you cannot see out. When you're making right or left hand turns, there's too many friction points. And it's too dangerous. Whenever we can take measures to put our Vision Zero goals into action to keep our streets safe, we need to be doing that. And this is a small step towards that. And I'm hoping that as we continue through our budget conversation, when we're looking at all of our assets in the city, when we're talking about all of our assets that we need to maintain and renew, our roadways and our alleyways are the largest portion of that. And every meter of asphalt that we have has a cost. There's a climate cost, there's a heat cost, there's a water runoff cost, there's all these other pieces, let alone the safety costs. So the more we can have these conversations about right-sizing unnecessary infrastructure, it's critical not just to our pocketbooks, but to the safety of our citizens and especially our children. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at 4:56, so I don't want to take away the potential for a councillor to be able to speak for a full 5 minutes. Plus, I imagine we're going to have closed from... Oh, you want 1 minute? Okay, well, go ahead, Councillor Tang.
I'm going to be a no on this. I think we all can support the goals of safety. I just don't think sometimes they're translating as well. I think in the example I cited, nearly 10 months later, cars are driving through sidewalks. And so I question if we have the operational capacity to actually realize the safety interventions that we are designing for. So for that, I will be a no.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Over chair.
So a few thoughts. I think, and I hear the speaker in opposition, and I hear their concern particularly about winter snow maintenance, and I share that same concern on local roads. I think if we improve that, then we make that concern reduce that. I do I do want to come to a few things. While I understand the concern about there's already a lot of parking removed, there has been, but there are actually 2 sets of parking lanes on here, so it's limited. And so any access point we're adding means we are reducing on-street parking in a place that has had significant on-street parking reduced. So to reduce it further, I do worry about that tension point. I would much rather fix snow removal so the local residents can more easily get through the local roads to get to the access point than take away that space. I also want to say, I think, and I appreciate the caution that was just raised about one spot where it wasn't done, but since this project is 70% complete, these alley access points that have been closed have already, from what I understand, had the trail and the boulevard sort of added in. It's not, I don't think the alley still exists, but I'll double check. I've walked down a bit, but I might miss it. And so I don't think the lingering piece is the same issue here as it is in others, and that's disappointing. It's in other areas, but because I heard from the project team that they are doing this as part of the project. So the project would result in the roadway being closed and the new access being put in there to minimize that chance of cars coming in. So I think for me, I would much rather just improve our snow removal on local roads and continue to then do the enhancements and safety improvements in everywhere else that we're working on. So I'll support these with the commitment that come later this year, I'll be pushing for a different solution for how we do local roads. So I'll take the chair back.
Richard.
Councillor Rutherford, do you want more time? Yeah. I can, if nobody else is on the board, we're okay with giving Councillor Rutherford a few extra minutes to extending beyond 5, okay? Go ahead then, Councillor Rutherford, take your time, but no more than 5 minutes.
It's like 5 minutes. Thank you. I have been really thinking about this one and going back and forth because I do think that some of the safety intervention pieces fall flat when we're still leaving other alleys and other driveways and other things open. I understand the less we have, that mitigates it, and I understand we're trying to fit, when we're doing renewal, it's perfectly imperfect because you're not building the infrastructure from scratch. You're having to work with what's already there to get to where you want to be in the future. So I think there's that constant tension that we feel in this work. But I do, want to take the first part of my speaking to really echo some of the frustrations that we heard from our speaker and that I have seen firsthand, right? When we talk about snow removal, yeah, we need to improve snow removal. I've been talking about that for 5 years. But then when we build infrastructure like 132 Ave, we build parking stalls that then, if people continue to park during the parking ban, are not actually cleared, or when they are cleared, the windrows are just put on the boulevard right next to it. So that means that if you actually have a passenger in your vehicle and you park, they literally cannot open the door to actually get out and let that passenger out. We are not creating a functional road. If I could go back in time, if I could have been on council when this first project was first contemplated, there's no way that I would have let it get to this. And unfortunately, by the time I was on council, it was already in final design. But the design is not good. It is not good from a Winter City perspective. And from the point that Lee made about that we killed parking, we really did. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful in the summer. It does not function in the winter, and it does not function with our service levels, but it also does not function because we keep windrows right there that stop people from even being able to get out of a vehicle if they're in a passenger. So I think it's really important that we start to have honest conversations as this collective body and as with our administration about what we design and how we design it, and really stop just saying everything is great. Because I feel like I'm hearing that more and more and more of just how good everything is, when really it's like we have to acknowledge that some things are not good. And this is the infrastructure we have today, but it is not great in the winter on 132 Ave. It is not functional parking in the winter on 132 Ave. It is not eliminating conflicts with pedestrians and cyclists with the remaining alleys and roads and things that you have to intersect along 132 Ave. It is still a really beautiful piece of infrastructure. I've also seen in the summer and in the winter, more kids outside playing on those bigger sidewalks that are buffered from traffic with a boulevard. There is a lot of benefits. There is a lot of good as well, but I think we also have to be honest about where it maybe doesn't function, and it doesn't function in the realities of our context. And to that being said, I can imagine how scary it would be being an older resident and trying to get out of an already degraded alley that is now rutted onto a street that, if the snow is as it was in January and February, you really become isolated and it does become inaccessible. So while, when we have an engineering mind that thinks, an extra 20 seconds or 40 seconds doesn't make a big deal, it can and it does in people's real lived experience. And I think we need to acknowledge that as well. That being said, I don't want to lose any more parking in the design of 132 Ave. It has absolutely come up as one of the biggest concerns with regards to renewal work. And so for those reasons, I will support these alley closures with the understanding that we take these kind of voices and we really apply them in our budget conversations and our future design conversations as we go forward.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 8-3. Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move second reading.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Did you want to second?
Second.
Yep. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-3. Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Jans?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. Councillor Rutherford?
I'll move third reading on bylaw 21434.
And do I have a seconder?
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on third and final reading.
Just waiting on one. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 8-3. It is 5:05, so we'll give the full hour break. We'll be on recess until actually 6:06. Just for the agenda management, we will be starting at 6:06 with item 3.6, which is the Queen Alexandra item. And then we will finish with items 3.9 and 3.10, which are the Matson items. And we already did the, oh, we didn't do the referral. Jeez, sorry. Do we can quickly do it now, actually. Sorry, we should do the referral of 319 and 320. Can we move to bring those forward, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I move to bring forward 319 and 320.
Second.
Okay, second by Councillor Jans. Please vote to bring those forward just so we can refer them back and make sure the folks that are waiting for that don't have to wait any longer.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Rutherford, did it come up for you?
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-0. Do you have the motion ready, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, that Charter Bylaw 21425 and Bylaw 21426 be referred back to administration to have further conversations with CN and return to a future City Council public hearing.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. Any questions on that? Anyone wishing to speak? Please vote on the referral.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-0. So again, we'll take a 1 hour recess. We only have 2 items left on the agenda. We'll be returning at 6:10 p.m. with the Queen Alexandra item and then the Matson item. Thank you very much.